Hey, what's happening, everybody? Welcome back tonight. I guess there were some documents dropped in the Kohberger case, guys, and I don't know if it's a bombshell or not. We're going to check it out and get everybody's opinion on this because this sure as hell doesn't seem to match up what we were told. So let's see what we got going on and get this show on the road. Here we go. Hey, welcome back, guys. Sorry it took so long to get in here. I've seen a couple people might not have been very patient. I was having some technical issues trying to get things right because I came in so fast. Look, Jeffrey, see, if you don't like the time that it takes me to do this or whatever I'm doing, you don't have to be here. Just saying. It ain't going to hurt my feelings, so. I don't like people rushing me, okay? That's really rude. So, like I said, if you don't like it, the way it's being handled, you don't have to be here. Not trying to be rude, but just saying. Come on in, everybody. Please get comfortable. We got some couple document things to take a look at here that, as it states in there, today was the deadline for the alibi, based on the last hearing we talked through and so on and so forth. Well, they came through with it. They had no choice. And I'm telling you right now, based on what we know, what we heard, this don't match up, folks. And if this is a fact, wow, that's all I'm saying. Come on in, everybody, real quick. Just run through this real fast. Miss Carolyn Miller, Donald D. Nice, Jesse Lynn, B. Boppity Bop, welcome. Victoria, Bonnie Messick, great to see you. Star Meadows, welcome. Dark Whisper, great to see you. Jingles, welcome back. Phantasmic Ether, what's going on? Miss Doodles in the house. Vix Logic, welcome back. Jesse Lynn, great to see you again. Tomboy, welcome back, dear. Vicky Harrison, great to see you tonight. Walt Harris, always a pleasure, my friend. Virginia, what's up, brother? Good to see you tonight. Come on. Let me see. Evie Marie, welcome back, dear. Good to have you here tonight. Jennifer Hansen, it's been a minute. Great to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Jeffrey C, whoever that is, I appreciate you being here, but I don't appreciate rudeness. So you can go anywhere else you want if you're going to be rude. That's all I'm saying. So, Teresa Morton, welcome back. Great to have you. Country Brat, great to see you. Lisa Vallejo, welcome back to you. Teresa, great to see you tonight. Megan, thank you for joining us. I love your. It's pretty wild looking. I'm going through quick. Dory, welcome back to you. Good golly, Molly's back in the house. Good to see you tonight. Charlotte Gross, hello, hello. Good to have you here, guys. All of you, like I said, guys, today was the deadline. 12. Welcome back. Good to have you here. Today was the excuse me, the deadline for the alibi. That was the second part of the alibi that was supposed to have been given in. And they did it. Okay. And so it's great to see you too, Phantasmic. We miss you. I'd love to see you guys more often. They get it. They did it, and we're gonna read the documents. And I'm telling you right now, you guys, if you haven't seen them, I had to read it twice. Wow. Nevada Christie, good to see you tonight. Georgia Rain, welcome back to you. Let me see. I hope I got everybody in here. This could change some things, you guys, if this is fact. And there is an accusation, as you'll see in a minute, on the document that has been being put out for a while. What's up, Legendary? Good to see you tonight. Literally been being put out, the accusation. Jilly Bean, welcome back to you. Hello, Brandy B. I don't think you can hear me because I do that all the time. Let's see here. Come on through. All right. I wasn't able to get what I wanted to get document wise, so we're going to bear with this. SWTC Steve, welcome back, my friend. Adelax, good to see you tonight. Miss Victoria, thank you for being here. And anybody else that's out there just kind of hanging out, please hit the like button. I want to get this out in the algorithm, please, if you will. That's awesome, Donald. Thank you for letting us know. I'm glad you got good news. LR, welcome back to you. Come on in, everybody. I'll give it just a minute here before I go reading into anything. I don't want anybody to miss anything. KP, what it do? You go ahead, Carolyn. I'll give it a minute. Like I said, I'm trying to wait to see how many other people jump in here before we go. Please hit that like button tonight, guys. Please. Let's get it out there, if you will. Mayhem and Miracles, good evening to you. Know what it do, huh, KP? All right, well, howdy to you. Jennifer Fowler, welcome. Good to have you here. This isn't a typical stream, but welcome, welcome, welcome. It's great to see you. First time watching your channel. Hi, everybody. My opinion only, but since the very beginning, I believe Bryan is 100% innocent. If he was guilty, which he's not, then Madonna is. That was the new one. I haven't heard that yet. Interesting, Jennifer. And welcome to the channel. I hope you enjoy it. I'm sorry to hear that, Vix. Oh, that's amazing, Bonnie. That is the best news I've heard all day today. Great, great, great to hear. Prayers do real things. That's all I can say. You're always in my prayers, Bonnie. Teresa, good to see you. Corey Turdia, thank you for joining us. Oh, I got you. Am I too loud, Carolyn? I'll turn down. I'm sorry, guys. I switched up my mic today a little bit. Salty's in the house. Ro, welcome back. Yes, I survived the tornado. It touched down literally 5 miles down the road from me and did some pretty bad damage, guys. It got pretty rough here for a minute. My team was following it and calling me and telling me to go to the basement, which I don't do for tornadoes. I love them. Sorry. Bri guys in the house. Welcome back, Bryan. Tony Stevenson, thank you for joining us. I think I got everybody. Come on in, everyone. We got 114 peeps in here. I don't know how many likes we have, but let's try to at least hit 100 so we can get this out for YouTube into the algorithm so everybody can see it. Welcome back, Norma. Thank you for joining us, Julie Dunn. Great to see you. Thank you, Carolyn. I appreciate your honesty. What do we got here? Finally got time to pull over to the side of the road to check in. It's funny how much we all seem like, man, that is the whole point, Miss Norma. This is a family, and you are part of it. Thank you, Donald. I appreciate that. It was like pretty scary here for a minute. It's true the weather radars went down during, yeah. In some places, yeah. Um, my siren out here did not go off. Thank God that my phone did, but everything else didn't. So, Spooky Paws, welcome back. Good to see you tonight. That sounds really good, Vix, if I was a pupper. Yes, I know. Yes, my I call them, I guess I shouldn't say it like this, but my girls, my team, they all were constantly go to get in the basement, do this, do that. I was still in the live stream when we already had the warning out, the sirens, the tone went off and everything. So they were mad at me for a minute, but I'm okay. We had them touch down here, Vicky. I can show you guys some pictures after we go through all this, but it did some damage. There's over 2,000 people whose power is out right now. Thank God I'm not one. Welcome, Robert. Good to have you. Thank you, Vicky. Madam Lowe, how you doing, brother? It's been a minute. Good to see you. Fantastic. We really missed you around here, dear. 9 months. That's so very awesome. Fantastic. I hope you're having a great day. I would do the thing, but I've had problems with it, and I don't want to get stuck there all night. But I'll do it at the end for you. Always love you, and the saucepan makes days brighter. That's awesome. Thank you. I really appreciate that, hon. CR is in the house. Welcome back, CR. Come on in, everybody. Please get comfortable. Grab a seat. Oh, thank you, Doodle. Bingo. Great job, Doodle. That's what I couldn't get out fast enough. That's what was taking me for Jeffrey C. That's what was taking me so long, as I was having problems with the link for the document. So sorry if I put anybody out or disappointed anybody because I was taking too long. It wasn't even supposed to go live at that point, but okay, so we got two to look at, really, maybe more. Great job, Doodle. Thank you so much, hon. I really appreciate it. Jessica, welcome. Cricket, welcome. Well, for anybody that that doesn't know or doesn't remember, the last hearing that we had, they said a day, next to the last. I'm sorry. Anyway, they set a date for a timeline that they needed to have the alibi in by. Okay, and today was the day, and I was wondering about it all day. We were doing what we were doing, so on and so forth. And here's the answer to the alibi. The rest of the alibi they were supposed to turn in by today. And I'm telling you guys, it really, really throws me off. That's all I can say. Thank you, Bonnie. You're such a sweetheart. I really, really do appreciate that more than you know. I mean, the way I titled this, it says, Bryan Kohberger Alibi Bombshell with the question marks, because if this is true, guys, this can change a whole lot. Okay. That's all I can say. All right, guys. I don't want to leave everybody in suspense. Doc, welcome. Good to have you here. And again, I don't want to put anybody else out. Oh, thank you so much, CR. We love you very much, and I appreciate that. I love the kind words. It really makes my days worth it. Okay. Welcome, Michelle Weddle. Good to have you here today. tonight. I'm sorry. I know it's late too, you guys. It's 10 o'clock, but I didn't want to make you guys wait. All right, so this is the state's response to the defendant's 14 supplemental. Wait a minute. Okay, we're not going to look at this one first. I'm sorry, I grabbed the wrong one. We can look at these, but not right now. These aren't going to be the first ones we look at. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. I'll pull up the other one. I grabbed the wrong one. My apologies. There it is. We'll go back to the other one after this. Here we go. My apologies, guys. Just have patience, please. Keep hitting that like button, folks. Please, let's get this out there if we can. You guys are awesome. I appreciate you so very much. Okay. I hope you guys can all see that. Notice of defendant's supplemental response to the state's alibi demand. The demand to have the alibi in, and yes, you were right again, Salty, by today, April 17th, 2024. Again, this was filed today. Okay. Comes now Bryan C. Kohberger by and through his attorney of record, Ann C. Taylor, public defender, and hereby files a supplemental response to the demand for alibi and in compliance with Idaho Code 19-519. Now, the first part of the for those of you that aren't familiar or don't remember, real quick, the first part of the alibi was basically that he was out driving around. That's all he was doing. That was the alibi. That's what they gave. Okay, he was out driving around, which he does on a regular basis, according to what he stated. Excuse me. Thank you so much, Phantasmic. I appreciate it. So, Mr. Kohberger moved to Pullman, Washington in June of 2022 as an avid runner and hiker. He explored many areas of Palouse. Of note, he explored, I can't say this, Wa'awai Park in July of 2022, and this became his favorite location. Welcome, Zelda. And I'm so sorry for it being so late, you guys, but I just saw this. Thank you, Carolyn. Okay, so after the school year began, Mr. Kohberger was busy with classes and work at Washington State University. That was his job. For those of you that don't know, as he was a teacher's assistant and he worked at Washington WSU. Okay. In his running and his hiking decreased, but did not stop. Instead, his nighttime drives increased. This is supported. Here we go. There's receipts with this stuff that we're going to have. This is supported by data from Mr. Kohberger's phone, showing him in the countryside late at night and or in the early morning on several occasions. The phone data includes numerous photographs on several different late evenings and early mornings, including in November, depicting the night sky. Mr. Kohberger was out driving in the early morning hours of November 13th of 2022, as he often did, to hike and run and or see the moon and the stars. He drove throughout the area south of Pullman, Washington, west of Moscow, Idaho, including Wa'awai Park. There we go. I think I got it now. Okay. Welcome, Sherry. And thank you, Miss Delta. Thank you to all of you that donate to those links. I appreciate it very much. Partial corroboration for this, Mr. Kohberger intends to offer testimony of Sci-Ray CSLI expert. Cell tower, cell phone, and other radio frequency curricula vitae is attached to show that Mr. Kohberger's mobile device was south of Pullman, Washington, and west of Moscow, Idaho, on November 13th, 2022. Okay. Understanding what that means, you guys, there is curricula vitae attached, and these are the receipts to show that the mobile device was south of Pullman and west of Moscow on that night. Okay. On November 13, 2022, that Bryan Kohberger's mobile device also did not travel east on the Moscow-Pullman highway in the early morning hours of November 13th, and thus could not be the vehicle captured on video along the Moscow-Pullman highway near Floyd's cannabis shop. Wow. Additional information as to, this is the banger right here, you guys. Additional information as to Mr. Kohberger's whereabouts as the early morning hours progressed, including additional analysis by Mr. Ray, will be provided once the state provides discovery requested and now subject to an upcoming motion to compel. And here it is. If not disclosed, Mr. Ray's testimony will also reveal that critical exculpatory evidence further corroborating Mr. Kohberger's alibi was either not preserved or has been withheld. What? Okay, so this is Cy Ray, curriculum by Tay. Okay, this shows his work history and blah, 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 so on and so forth. Burning Mountain Productions, DBA Socialite Crime Club, Nexus Special Services Incorporated, Nexus or NetX, Gilbert Police Department, Phoenix Training Council, Show Low Police Department, Military Professional Resources Inc. L3, applicable experience, 20 years of law enforcement experience, 5 years of patrol operations, 13 years of criminal investigations, 7 years in violent crime, sex, and narcotic investigations, 3 years as a detective sergeant in violent crime investigations, 2 years on the criminal apprehension team, 1 year in undercover operations in Afghanistan, 8 years SWAT tactical operations experience, and 7 years of instructor operator of law enforcement training company, 10 years of expert witness case consultant experience through ZX. He's testified over 100 times through state and federal cases, all casework prior to 11 of 2023, was as prosecution witness, advised peer review on over 2,000 criminal investigations, U.S. federal cases, state and local law enforcement cases, and international cases. The experience summary is for criminal investigations, over 1,000 death investigations, including gang-related homicides, murders by organized crime syndicates, cartels, investigations of officer use of force and suspect use of force against officers, complex case. Hold on, guys. Complex case. Where'd it go? Designation. I'm sorry. Over 150 robbery investigations, including gang-related robberies. Over 100 kidnapping investigations. Over 1,000 cases involving assault, sexual assault, organized crime, arson-related homicide, auto theft, narcotics, property crime, wildlife crimes, and public corruption of funds investigations. Congrats, Bonnie. Thank you for becoming a meatball again, and welcome back to the sauce. Welcome, Catherine2929, and Kate. Good to have you here. Okay, so I'm going to venture to say this guy's an expert, guys. He's got one hell of a background. That's all I can say, okay? And I don't think they can pull that and call him on anything. He also, the biggest thing here that looks interesting to me is that he has usually expert witness over state federal cases and was always working for the prosecution. So there you go, okay? Hey, Jenny, good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Apocalypse, welcome. Good to have you here. I know Ann Taylor, she's family. Awesome. Awesome. That's awesome to hear, Apocalypse. Nellie M, welcome. Good to have you. Golf Inspector, welcome back. And that's the other thing, too, Golf's right, that we already had exculpatory evidence put out based on something that Bethany has. Okay, that's 2 now. Very good point, Golf. Thank you for joining me tonight. Once we get through reading this, guys, I'm going to open up the panel and we're going to talk because there's a lot to talk about at this point because this is not what we were told. Annie Peterson, welcome back. Good to have you here. For real, Brian. Nope, not today. Good to see you. Christina Lilly, welcome back to you. Jameson, it's been a minute. Great to see you tonight. Brian Paula, welcome back. Kaylee, LR, I already seen you. Welcome to all of you. Miss Gina, wonderful to see you tonight. Kimber, welcome back. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too about Bethany's exculpatory evidence, but we'll see. You never know. What this is a surprise to me, but I really was not expecting this. I'll be honest with you guys. I really was not. So moving on. And again, welcome to anybody that's not in the chat that might just be standing there watching from the doorway. We love you too, and thank you for joining us. Just please hit that like button, guys. That's all. Over 1,000 death investigations. Okay, I read that. I'm sorry. Supervision of investigations units supervise and direct criminal investigations related to violent crime and narcotic investigations, vice operations, undercover operations. Provided direction of up to 30 investigators during complex and dynamic cases. Provided mentoring and training in reference to investigations of violent crimes or other crimes as needed. Specialty training in reference to criminal investigations, bullet trajectory and gunshot wound patterns, blood splatter, interpretation, crime scene management, processing, cell phone analysis, interviewing, and interrogation. Provided instruction to military units in reference to tactical questioning and interviewing techniques. 10th Special Forces Group, Fort Carson, Colorado. Statement analysis, LSI, Avon Saper, Sapir, sorry about that. Terrorism investigation of response to terrorists, threats, activities, kidnapping, specifically as it pertains to organized crime, narcotics investigations, recruiting, managing, and directing confidential informants. Undercover clandestine operations assigned to DEA task force in reference to investigations involving Mexican drug cartels, successfully dismantled operation. Assigned to DEA task force in reference to investigation, criminal syndicates, outlaw motorcycle gangs investigation resulted in the largest seize of precursor chemicals used to produce methamphetamine in the U.S. Wow. High risk surveillance and street jumps. Instructor in Arizona for both tactical elements and investigative elements. Gang investigations, criminal street syndicates, use of RF radio frequency, and collection of targeting of mobile devices for both tactical operations and investigative resources. Over 1,000 missions in the field locating cellular devices. Provide instruction on this subject matter. Provide expert testimony on this subject matter. Have consulted with private industry, Rode and Schwartz, Boeing on developing hardware and software solutions for law enforcement and military applications. Specialty training in reference to SWAT, Basic SWAT Entry School X3, Advanced SWAT Entry School, Countermeasures Technical Institute, hostage rescue tactics training, and instructor certified for less lethal, flash, stun, distraction devices, and chemical agents. Okay. Again, this man qualifies as an expert. If anybody says he doesn't, well, what the hell? SCBA certified for tactical environments. Submachine gun qualified. The SCBA are the masks and tanks that firefighters wear for things like that. That's an SCBA device. Submachine gun qualified tactical firearms, low light and no light environments, Colt M4. Type 3 SWAT training, DHS Office of Domestic Preparedness. Introductions to worldwide terrorism, weapons of mass destruction, protection levels and operations, scouting, pre-planning, intelligence, tactical movements, tactical breathing, occupancy control, IED and explosive materials, citizen and team member recovery, vehicle assaults, hostage rescue, TikTok operations, and not the one you're thinking of, CBRNE operations, tactical operation packets and briefings, and served as a tactical team leader. Extensive experience in scouting and planning of tactical operations in urban environments. Welcome, Bonnie. It's wonderful to see you again. Boy, I miss all you guys. I don't see you guys very often anymore. Cellular tracking and operations in a tactical environment. Instructor development of training courses. Train tactical units integration into high-risk cellular tracking missions in the field. That's what I'd like to say, Brandy. Let's see. Undercover operations, Afghanistan. Mentored 10-man undercover Afghan police team targeting IED cells. Operation in the battlefield. The mission objective was to penetrate and exploit improvised explosives used against coalition troops. Where the hell did you find this guy, Ian? Created and executed action plans in the battlefield targeting IED cells and equipment once identified. Welcome, Bombshell. Mentored Afghan police on investigative techniques and the rule of law applications. Advanced investigations in relation to IED detonation, including device mechanism identification, ATF advanced course. Excuse me. Consulting of rule of law concerning policies and procedures, This covered all aspects from development of basic legislation to formalizing criminal investigations and courtroom procedures, fields of expertise. Good Jesus. Okay, listen, I'm going to read through this and see if there's anything different. Designed and developed radio frequency sensors that detect wireless devices, sensors that were used by NFL during 2016 for Super Bowl drone protection. Okay. Okay, listen, all of this stuff here, this just tells what this man's experience is. There's a lot. Welcome back, Lady B. Good to see you tonight. Harsh one, Shelly, good to have you here. Good God, that's a lot of experience, guys. Exercises were pre-mission training for combat deployments in Iraq. Case references abbreviated expert testimony. State of Arizona versus Sharp. Okay, he's got all these cases under his belt. They really put the info out here. There's no way anybody can call him a non-expert. State of Berga, State versus Clemens, Commonwealth. Okay. State versus Villanueva, Trevino. These cases, some of these cases right here, guys, are cases that they used. They referenced these cases in the documents that we have looked at over the past year. Okay, I remember seeing these names in these cases, all three of these actually, and Burgos, and these here. So every one of these cases that they're referencing here, he was part of this. So okay. Good God. All right. And that is everything. Of course, he's an expert, a paid expert. He's real. So I don't know. We'll see. I don't think we're going to see the attached receipts for this. I'll be honest with you, unfortunately. Yeah, they're higher court cases, Adelax, right? He could be the only expert they need for the whole case. Honestly, this is a hell of a I'm trying to think here. Come on. I'm like, my mind is everywhere, guys, right now. I'm sorry. What the hell are those things called that you put out when you a resume? Sorry, this is a hell of a resume. I'll just put it that way. So again, the biggest piece of information in this document that really catches my attention because I want to see, I want to know. It says if it's not disclosed, they're waiting on that discovery piece. And I have to venture to say that she's been waiting on this one piece of discovery for a long time. And this is the one that they've been holding back for whatever. This probably the reason right here. It will reveal the critical exculpatory evidence. We'll see further corroborating Mr. Kohberger's alibi was either not preserved or has been withheld. I want to know what that means and how they're going to show us. That's what I want to know. Wow. And that's true too. That's a good point. Please expect, guys, when this hits, that there's going to be somebody that they bring in the prosecution, and if they don't, I will be super surprised. But somebody that they're going to bring in that's going to oppose everything that this guy says, and that's going to be a hard. That's going to be a hard job. This guy is fully qualified, and then some to say what he's going to say. You see what I'm saying? So it's going to happen, you guys. I mean, this is definitely interesting information. It's not something I expected to see. I'll be honest with you, folks. I thought that this was going to go by and that they were going to say, we don't have it. And that's that. And I just figured that was it. I'm very surprised that this is here. I'll say that much. Well, Kim, I don't know if that's what it is or not. And I don't want to claim that as of yet because that's a very damning statement. You know what I'm saying? But reading it, Mr. Ray's testimony will also reveal the critical exculpatory evidence. Further corroborating Mr. Kohberger's alibi was either not preserved, that's interesting the way that's put in there, or has been withheld, period. So, This is interesting. It is interesting, but we don't know yet. Like I said, in my opinion, the guy is definitely an expert. That's important. What I want to know is what Mr. Ray's testimony has got to do with. And if we go back here, there's photos. That's great. That's fine. And if they're time stamped, that's even better. Okay. Um, curricula vitae. Okay, that's what that's saying. I'm sorry. I didn't catch that at first. That makes sense now that I read all that. What I want to see is how he's going to prove what he has, what they have to prove that on November 13th, that Kohberger's mobile device did not travel east on the Moscow Pullman Highway in the early morning hours of the 13th, and thus could not be the vehicle captured on video along the Moscow Pullman Highway. That's what I want to see how they're going to prove that. If there is video of this vehicle or a vehicle that looks like this, and that is what this is based on, if it was a different vehicle, because we know there's a lot of them, and that's what they base this on, there's got to be something else, period. There's no way that prosecution could be this confident, especially now that I'm reading this. I don't get it. Welcome, Rissa. Thank you for joining us. And Paula says she doesn't believe that they withheld exculpatory evidence. I can't imagine that they would. Okay, because that's going to be. Think about that for a minute, you guys. Literally, think about this for a minute. If the prosecution withholds something, anything, I'm pretty sure that's mistrial. I mean, if I'm wrong, but that's a pretty serious thing, okay? If they prove that that happened, that's it, guys. North Carolina, good to see you, brother. So the prosecution has videos, is a car that could be anyone's, and Ann has proof it wasn't Bryan's. Based on what this is telling us, that's what I'm taking. Okay. And I, like I said, they're claiming they have receipts for this, and I need to see that to be able to say, okay, that's a good point. That's a great point. Absolutely. After what we've seen go on in Delphi, the way things have happened, it could get a Frank's hearing. That's a huge point. Thank you, Salty. I wasn't even thinking of that. It is very frustrating, Annie, because it's just not enough. Okay. Thank you for saying that, Salty. I wasn't even thinking about that. That's a good point. This is why you are my friend. Um, but it would not be the first time a prosecution has done that in the past. I mean, it has happened, but still, guys, I mean, that's in this case specifically to do something like that. Are you kidding me? Oh my God. Um, won't get to trial. Vix is saying she doesn't think it'll hit trial after this now. If they can throw something out there to completely prove that the prosecute, well, again, if the prosecution is withholding something, I don't think they are, guys. I don't think that Bill Thompson is sitting here looking at retirement in the face is going to do something like that or allow something like that in this scenario, guys. It doesn't just make no sense. Welcome, Heather. Sunny days. She would have filed already. Yeah, that's another good point. Heather, good to have you. Withholding exculpatory evidence happens all the time. It's just hard to prove when it happens, so usually the state gets away. Okay. I'd like to format in my mind what not preserved, in what way they're saying that. Yeah, that I mean that's fact. He's a cast expert, basically, cell phone data, whatever you want to call it. I mean, amongst all the other things he has in his background, that's the most important thing pertaining to this trial per se, okay, or this case. Um, wow, who's Cotton Eye Joe? I've seen you say that before. Who the hell's Cotton Eye Joe? Um, Salty. I'm sorry. You're right, Kim. I gotta say you're right on that. I don't think he will either. I don't think that Bryan would settle. I definitely never have thought Bryan would ever take a plea if it was offered. This is a DP case, and I agree with her that he does want to, from what I can see and how I feel about it, want to be fully exonerated. That's just my opinion. Now, whether he should or not, I can't say yet because we haven't seen all of this yet. You know what I'm saying? Um, oh, okay, I got you then. No problem, Salty. Yeah, he did. All right. Let me pull this down real quick here. Good God, this guy's got so much background. It's insane. 1 second, folks. All right. All right, let's look at this real fast here. Now, this is the other one, which is the state's response to, and then we're going to talk about this. State's response to defendant's 14th supplemental request for discovery. So this is the discovery that she's talking about in that document that they still have not gotten yet. Okay, and again, for this is normal, guys. It's normal for, and especially in a death penalty case, it's normal to go through this many requests for discovery in a case like this. It really is. I was so hoping that Delphi was going to be broadcast so that I could show the whole trial, and I didn't get a chance to do the Daybell thing. We're gonna go and watch one day, like a hearing and a trial and all that kind of stuff, to see how it goes. Welcome, Randy. Great to see you, Teresa. Good to have you. Thank you for joining us tonight, everybody. To the defendant, Christopher Kohberger, and counsel Ann Taylor comes now the state of Idaho and by and through Latah County prosecuting attorney, and submits the attached exhibits 1 and 2 in response to defendant's 14 supplemental request for discovery, filed March 27th. The state incorporates the following responses as fully set forth at this point. Again, the state's response to request filed January 23rd of 23. For discovery February 21st of 23, March 29th of 23, May 12th of 23. These are throwing out all the requests that there were, okay? June 29th, June 16th, first, second, and third supplemental, June 8th, July 12th, 5th, and 6th supplemental, and August 30th, 7th, September 6th, 8th, and 9th supplemental requests, October 24th, 10th, November 20th, 11th, 22nd of January, the 12th, March 25th, April 1st for the 13th supplemental request. State's objection to defendant's 15th supplemental request for discovery, filed April 4th. So they objected to the request, okay, filed on April 4th. The state has and will continue to provide discovery in accordance with Idaho Criminal Rule 16 and applicable law, and reserves any and all objections hereunder. That was from April 10th. Under seal with the court, exhibits 1 and 2 attached to state's response to defendants the 14th supplemental request for discovery, under seal, and that's why we're not seeing this. Of course. There it is. Right. I don't know, guys. I mean, and on the 4th, they temporarily sealed all these too. Okay. April 4th. I think we talked about that before. Yeah, we did. Just double checking. Good Lord. Okay, hold on a minute here. One moment, everybody. Okay, let me get that there. And let's see here. Again, welcome back to all of you guys. Thank you for joining us again tonight. I know it's late, but again, I didn't want to make anybody wait till tomorrow for this. That way you got something to sleep on tonight. And my apologies if it is too late for you guys. We'll talk about it, Sonny. No worries. 1 second here. Okay. 1 second. And like I said, I'm going to bring the panel up here too. You're welcome to join me. Thank you, Miss Delta. Welcome to join me should you choose to. There is a link pinned in the chat. Welcome, AG. Oh, no problem, Sherry. I try my best, I promise. Bobby, old dude, welcome, my friend. Great to see you tonight. Georgia Rain. All right. And okay, guys, let me pull that back up now. Where did it go? What the hell happened here? I hate when that happens. There it is. Okay. Phone lines are open. And the link is in the chat. Anybody wants to join me to talk? Let's do it. Come on down, guys. You're the next contestant. Hold on a minute. What was I trying to do? I keep losing my train of thought. I'm thinking about so many different things right now. My apologies. Thank you, Doodle, very much for that, dear. I appreciate that. That's a good question, Matt. Tony Stevens says, Spunk's phone held some keys. Matt says, how long do you think that Ann Taylor has had this cast info on his phone? I mean, I would imagine, well, based on what she has told the court, that she struggled getting things. So I don't know. That's another. Uh-oh. Come on, call in and let me know. Let me hear it, Salty. Mark and Betty, it's great to see you tonight. Everybody, and that's one thing I'm gonna say again, guys. This case has been problematic throughout a lot of these channels, mine included. Everybody has differences of opinion. People think Bryan's guilty. People think he's innocent. We all have our opinions, and every one of you guys are entitled to that. Truly, I'm asking you, if anybody expresses an opinion that you disagree with, please respect their opinion, okay? You don't have to agree with it. That's all I'm asking. Just respect each other's opinions and feelings on this. And that's all. That's all. Golf, you're welcome to join me if you'd like to jump up and talk about it. Anybody. Let's talk about it, guys. Yes, she did struggle big time with that. I do remember that. Welcome, Party of Five. Great to have you here tonight. Mark and Betty again. Good to see you. I'm just checking to make sure. Harsh one, Shelly. Are you having a good? Oh, okay. Good night, Miss Delta. Thank you for jumping in. I hope you had a great day today, hon. Doodlebug, good to see you tonight. And thank you for being so quick with that stuff, Doodle. I really appreciate that, dear. All right. I'm talking about everybody's opinions. There's some people in here that really think Bryan's wholeheartedly guilty and that they're probably thinking that this is some kind of bullshit or something like that. That's okay. And there's people that think Bryan is completely innocent and that this is the answer right here. And other people are going to disagree with that. And that's okay too. Brandy says, I'm sorry, BK driving around taking pics ain't an alibi. A living person that can sit their butt in a chair is one. Well, it depends on if the listen. If these pictures have timestamps and they're in specific places, and it's the times that during the time that the crime was going on, then it's going to make a huge difference. I don't think that's how it's going to go, but and that's okay. People don't have to agree with you, Salty, but you have you have great input and knowledge, and I respect you very much. So I don't want anybody attacking anybody, and that's just that. Period. For Ann Taylor to stress how much she believes in BK's innocence, she has the receipts to back up his alibi, and will prove he wasn't there. And I mean that's a great way to put that, AG, and it does make sense. I would imagine she should. Welcome, Andy Rose. All I've seen was other channels back when it happened saying there was DNA evidence and that he'd been stalking one of the girls. So I'm really interested to see what they have to exonerate him. That's a great point. And now, there's another piece of this too, you guys. um, Now that we've heard that the stalking thing was not a valid scenario per se, it makes. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Hold on a minute. I'm such an idiot. There it is. 234-703-4047. If anybody wants to call in, I always forget to throw that up. My apologies. Um, I see it there now. My apologies. My head is swimming right now. I'm sorry. Um, and like I said, if you're not comfortable calling in, you can click the link and it's pinned in the chat. You can jump up here next to me. I don't stink, I promise. And we can talk about it that way. Catherine 29 proofs of stalking. Well, that's the thing is that the prosecutor himself said during the last hearing that they had when he was confronting Dr. Edelman, said that you said something in regards to, I can't remember exact words, to Bryan stalking, and you know that's a lie. Okay, then.
Call from Salty.
Well, hello, ma'am. How are you tonight?
Oh, I'm pretty good. How about you?
I'm
You
good.
survived the storm, huh? That's good news.
It was real close, too. I was kind of scared, actually.
Well, yeah, I know. Like we had like last week when we had the bad weather, and you checked on me, and I was like, man, we don't even. Our tornado activity doesn't even come close to what you guys experience.
No, in fact, after the fact, I went into the Discord and I was talking to some of the mods and stuff, and I was showing them pictures from 1985. We got hit by an F5. They said it was 6.5 miles wide. That's how big it was. Okay.
Yeah.
It just completely destroyed everything. So we get them bad out here.
So I have a thought. And I was joking in chat earlier. Most people that know me in your chat know that I'm 50-50 on Kohberger, and I don't believe in any of the conspiracies I've heard over the past year and a half. So all that aside, the state, and I don't use the word narrative because I've come to despise that word, but the state's theory is laid out that the phone was off between 3 and 5. They're going to have their own experts come and testify to that, I'm assuming, if they still believe that. So I was thinking a second ago, kind of reading over the document and now looking at the map as to where this park is in relation to Pullman and Moscow. And I wondered, did the phone get left at the park while I was out driving around? And then I went back and got the phone.
That's interesting. It would depend on if they have. That's a very interesting point, but it would depend on.
Because if you look at the document, and she mentions, because you have to remember I'm not throwing shade. I'm being completely honest.
No, I know.
Anytime information comes out about this case outside of the gag order, it comes through a defense filing, not the state filings. Okay. The only time the state let anything out of the bag was the stalking issue, which that's a whole other subject I'll get into later. But it says on here he was the car scene or near this cannabis shop couldn't be the car because the phone was over here. Well, the phone very well could have been over there, and he could have still been on his burner phone over there. I don't know. I'm interested to see what the different, and that's what takes me back to Casey Anthony every time, and seeing that both sides are going to present their experts, and it's going to be up to the juror to decide which one of those experts was the most convincing.
Good point. Very good point. Yes.
And that's the way because I got as soon as the guy's name is in the document, I went and Googled him. I got to go find out who I can see what she tells me he is, but I'm going to go look now for myself and see. And he's a CSLI expert. The same thing the FBI has, the same thing the state's going to present. So it's going to come down to which one of those do we believe? Was that phone turned off? Or was it actually on? And he was in this, because that park is in a rural area, and I'm willing to bet there's going to be sketchy service in that area.
Yeah, I would imagine, because just like where you and I live, we can drive through certain places and the service goes out completely. So yeah, I agree with that.
Right. When I'm talking to you sometimes, like if I'm going to hit the hole and I tell you, hey, I might lose you in a minute, and I'm going to be in and out for it. We never know. He could have very well be doing exactly what he claims. I just feel like there would be a little more meat to the alibi versus tell me what you got, state, and then I'm going to fix my alibi to match it or not match it.
That's my biggest curiosity with this right now, that they're going to show us once the state drops the discovery as they're supposed to. What is in that discovery that is so important that they can't just tell us now?
That's what shouldn't need the state's discovery to decide where you were driving around that night, though.
That's my question, yes.
Exactly.
The only thing I can think of with that, Salty, too, is that unless she doesn't want to give a bone, you know what I'm saying? Like hand over a bone, to lack of better terms, I'm sorry, but hand over a bone to them. If she doesn't have to. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, she did that when she offered up the alibi when she never had to begin with.
Right. I agree.
People want to say, why is the state demanding an alibi? The state didn't demand an alibi. She literally offered the alibi up when she didn't have to. And then once she did, once you do that under law, you only have a certain amount of time to get that alibi in, or you cannot use it.
And it makes me wonder then at that point, why did she do that if she didn't have to? You know what I mean?
Right. Today was her deadline. So she can scream all she wants about them not meeting their deadlines, but I was watching all day, refreshing all day. She literally filed this right before the end of the business day. But yet let the state file something last minute and they show their ass.
Mm-hmm.
Friday filing Jay, I gave him that nickname months ago because Jay loves to do a big drop on a last minute on a Friday evening and then let everybody simmer all weekend on, oh, that sheath was planted. Oh, this person, that, the shade he likes to throw. But, and I don't blame him. That's a defense attorney. But I'm just saying it's like the pot calling the kettle black sometimes in this case.
No, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I do. With that part especially.
Yeah, I just, me, I've been telling you for months, I'm waiting on Ann to drop me something I can get behind 100% and be like, okay, now we got something here. And then when I see, and there's no real comparison, but I've watched many, 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 many trials over the years. And if you look at the stuff at Delphi, there's so much Ann could be doing. Even with this exculpatory evidence she likes to bring up occasionally, she went and she got her interview with Bethany. She was granted that. I think people have forgotten that. She went and conducted that interview with Bethany. If there was anything to that and there was real exculpatory evidence there, she could have filed a Frank's hearing to get everything thrown out on that.
And
just
that's
like they're trying to do in Delphi, and she hasn't.
Right. And when you said that, I never even thought of that. That's a great idea, actually. And I don't understand why she hasn't, with the experience that she has in these types of cases. Like, why, that would have dealt with everything.
They based what they thought Bethany had exculpatory wise was based in rumor. naked man running rumor theory, um, that nobody has ever said except for social media and if the people who put it out on social media. Um, so, in the investigator who wanted to talk to her even put that out in the document, you know. So once they spoke with Bethany and got whatever her darn statement was, I'm assuming there was nothing in there exculpatory enough for them to do anything with. You know, now this new stuff they're talking about, I don't know yet. I haven't dove in enough into it to know what that even is yet. You know, that's got to be more footage of the car or something. You know, something along those lines.
Right. That makes sense. That makes sense. Hello, Brian. Welcome, my friend. Good to see you tonight.
Other meet.
Can you hear me, sir?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, wait. I'm sorry. Did I just step on the phone call?
No, she's still here.
Hi, phone call. Who are you?
It's Salty. True
Oh,
Crime
hi,
Scene.
Salty.
Hello.
So yeah, I'm definitely curious to see. I don't even know what to think on this right this moment, you guys. I really
Well,
don't.
yeah, I'm interested to see what Mr. Ray's exculpatory evidence would be, and the only thing I can think of is that the phone wasn't turned off, like the state claimed, that it was actually on, but in another location. So that's just kind of going to, and if you, the things that Anne has tried to go up against so far, and that's her job, and I don't blame her, is like the cell phone data. You know, we're going to tear apart that and show you this could be wrong or whatever. The car videos, if they're not like I've told you, they can put him right there at King Road and Queen Road. I don't care. That doesn't prove he went into that house.
That's
But
absolutely right.
but if you put the car behind that house and I can see it go back there and not come out of there for a good 9 minutes or whatever it was, that might be a little bit different. But you still don't explain that sheath. I know touch transfer that comes later. She'll get into that eventually.
And
But
that's
you know,
that's going to be something now with this being stated. Then that's going to have to be explained somehow. Like completely going to have to be explained. Period. Now.
eventually she'll get to it. That's going to be her hardest obstacle, obviously. You know,
Right.
anytime you got DNA at the scene, that's a problem. I don't care how it got there; it's a problem. But yeah, I'm just curious about this new filing and the alibi stuff because it's always. I think we've all been curious about it.
Absolutely. And how long do you think she's had this info, Salty? Just on a whim.
Um, uh, Probably for a long time. I mean, I don't know how. You know, I don't know how. I don't know. I don't know. I would love to be a fly on the wall with her conversations with Bryan. You know,
Agreed.
um,
Agreed.
to figure out. I mean, you would think that if he you know, if he came out and told her in the very beginning, look, I can't sleep at night, and I get it. I'm a night owl. I don't sleep a lot. I'm out driving. This is what I do. That's fine. What's your usual route, dude? Where do you usually go? Is there a certain, you know what I mean? And
Absolutely.
if this is his usual route and they can prove that with past cell data, that's going to help him.
Absolutely.
But they got to prove he was in that area that night and not over there by King Road.
Right. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. Yes.
So I don't know.
It's definitely an interesting situation. I'm curious to see what the next step's going to be now. And we have, good Lord, I can't see anything in here tonight. The 10th, we have a hearing, April 10th. Or no, Jesus, what am I looking at? The 20th. Hold on a minute, guys. I can't see my damn calendar.
I'm outside. I can't see mine.
May. It's in May. May 14th, I think, is the next hearing that we're going to be able to see. I don't know what they got going on in private, but what I remember being stated was May 14th was, and then May 27th. So we'll see what happens with those. If this, if anything comes, I doubt that this will come in those hearings, but I'm curious.
So, someone in the chat said something about misinformation. I'm curious as to what they think is misinformation. It's, yeah. Because we don't like to put out, I don't like putting out misinformation. So if I misstated something, I'm cool with being corrected.
Can you hear me? Are you up here, Dive? Well, you're up here. Can you hear me? Don't dive.
Hey, Dago. Yeah, I can. You're fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
Okay.
hi, Don't Dive. I love my Don't Dive.
Well,
How
hello,
are you?
Lion. I love you too, Chef. How you doing?
I think you're just a hoot. I think you're just a hoot, my dear.
Oh, how's your finger?
I,
How's your hand?
nothing's getting better, kids. It's pretty sure it's going to be permanent.
Oh, I'm
But,
so sorry. Well, I'll
but
be praying for you.
I'm afraid I'm going to get in trouble and get yelled at, but I'm a big boy. But you guys, it's vitamins. It's vitamins. You all need to go Google Maddie's stepmom and Cara's when they started plea bargaining their felony trafficking charges. It was 2 weeks before the 13th. Both women got their trafficking charges dropped. How do you do that? You see, the next month there's buttons everywhere. Okay, it's all right in front of us. It's
Okay.
all right in front of us. Look it up. Google it, you guys.
Well, no, I
confirmed it.
understand. Let's one thing at a time, real quick though. Like, and please, everybody that's here, up here, and in chat, as respectful as we can be, please, because I know this gets hot. I know it does. I've gotten it
Yeah,
too.
no, that's what I said that to you. I said I'm
What
gonna get in trouble.
what did you think was misinformation? Don't dive, hun.
Okay, I may be confused, but I want to get some clarification. I thought that Bill Thompson hurry up and threw the grand jury indictment to Bryan Kohberger, and that interview was fixing to be taking place, but it never did. So I want proof. I want facts that
Okay.
whether it's black and white, whether it's a video, documents or whatever to prove that
Okay.
that interview.
Documents that can prove it. What happened was she didn't have to go back to Idaho because Nevada didn't have to honor the subpoena, but her private attorney arranged to have the defense come out to Nevada and interview her. And they did.
That's what
Okay,
I thought happened too.
no, I don't think so. I don't think so. So, but you're telling me that, but that's not proving to me. So, do you have something that you could send Dago that will show us?
Yeah, we'll try to find it.
Okay, let's
I
do that.
One thing I will say is I know that here or not that hearing. I'm sorry. That interview was approved. Okay, and right directly after the approval on that, the whole thing was supposed to be that they were going to go to Nevada, sit down, talk to her, bing, bing, boom, and whatever. And it was that was approved. Now,
Yeah, it's in a court document.
yeah, we'll go. I'll have to go help. Like we'll both look for it.
Yeah, but did they really do it? Did that exculpatory evidence that was unique to only Bethany and her only, did that take place to where that interview was whether taped or videoed or whatever? I don't think so. I could be wrong, and I will
Okay.
shove my foot up my behind, but I don't think that ever got to take
Yeah.
place.
You don't. I don't think you have to do all that. That'd be a little painful. But
Yeah,
yeah.
no, spare
I
yourself.
will.
I mean, I know.
I'll say we'll see what we can do to find it because I want to know for a fact too. Obviously, if it was, and if we have the document on it, then I'm sure we could find it somewhere.
Because it was about to take place, and then that's when Bill Thompson, when he didn't want that to take place. That's just it. I'm not stupid, and I know some people in chat's not stupid, but he did not want that to take place because of what her unique information that
Check your DM.
she would have only had. He didn't want it to take place. That's when he hurry up and threw that to the grand jury. Because remember, it was
Okay.
right after.
Right. What did you say, Salty? I didn't hear you, hon.
You can check your DM at Discord, please.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second.
Please report to the customer counter service desk. Dago, please report to customer service.
He's incorrigible. I couldn't leave him up there on his own, like.
I love
put on
Bryan.
My best.
I'm here to beg you.
aging
Hi,
voice.
Bryan.
Hi.
Who am I reading here? I can't see.
Are we doing volume stuff like
Don't
the mic's
die.
loud? Should I move my microphone back? Somebody just boss me around.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
Look, we can hear you.
I'm waiting to try to see when I can go. Dago, can I finish or am I interrupting?
Yeah, you go ahead while Dago's looking that up. Go ahead. I want to hear what you got to say.
I
Let him
suggest
flush.
you all are sleuths. Go Google it. Both Xana's mom and Maddie's stepmom plea bargained felony trafficking charges 3 weeks before the 13th. Both felons had hit Idaho's 3 strikes and you're out with vitamins law, which means both of these women were facing life. Life. You sing when you are facing life. Both women got their serious 3rd strike and you're out trafficking felonies dropped a couple of weeks in October 2022 before the 13th. Just you all.
Well, let me ask you this: was it dropped to a lesser charge? Because Kyra had some serious. One of them, she was looking at life for that one, and
Yes,
I don't.
they both were.
But I mean, completely dropped, just like Emma Bailey and what's his name?
Yes, both of them got the
Demetrius Robinson.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about Nora Hatrock and Cara. Both women, 3 weeks before the 13th, got their felony 3rd strike and you're out trafficking charges thrown out, and then they kept the other 2 charges. I think they were possession. Don't believe me. Go Google it and look at the dates. Just you guys
Let me
look
ask
at the
you a
dates.
question. Do you think because of their mother's problems, that's what caused what happened?
I don't think so.
And I am not
I don't.
blaming. I am not blaming. I am not blaming. I am saying just go look up the dates. There's 2 to 3 weeks. No, we're not talking about arrest, Caroline. Caroline, we are not talking about arrested. We are talking about plea bargaining. Their case is out. That happened in October 2022. Okay. They sing. Then I went around in September and started looking around for busts in that area. Well, guess what? They soared. Just Google it, guys. And I have had so much trouble with this.
I know where you're referring to, the Jesse James Bailey, the big bust that happened in Washington and so on and so forth.
No, it has nothing to do with Emma and Dee. It is about Maddie's stepmom and Xana's mom. Okay. Xana and Maddie were the targets. The message was shut up. Okay. And
so you think basically what you're saying, Bryan, is that they rolled to get out of what they had that they were charged with, and then this is a retaliation.
Yeah, and the message was shut up. Now, can all of us, we've all been on this case for a year. So has anybody spoken? Has any one human being spoke? No. Bryan can't even talk. He's afraid of his family getting hurt. It's all right here. Just look up the pleading out of both Nora Hatrock and Cara, it's stunning. And it's just easy. And it worked. Ethan and Kaylee were accidental collateral. Why was Kaylee scared to go back? Why was Kaylee so scared to go back? Kaylee didn't go pack up. Kaylee ran because she was afraid of being 1122. She didn't want to stay around for her best friend's graduation. That's ridiculous. She ran. Everybody there knew stuff was going down. We all.
I would really, really hate to think though that really, I'd hate to think that those mothers, stepmother included, and all of that, would think that would happen to their children over that.
I don't know. I don't like to think
But
that.
no, I mean, I know it's happened. That's the way I think, Brian. And I but I would hate to think that they have that on their conscience. That because of what they or who they fingered, we don't know. They disappear, but we don't know who they fingered. We don't know who they pointed at, and that they've got their information. This is FBI, drug cartel crap. But these guys will come along and just they will send a message. It was loud and clear. And it was, no, but if they do that, there'd be no witnesses. Well, I'm sorry. There are no witnesses. Have you noticed? Has anyone noticed there's not one witness? Not one.
No, it just go look. It's not about caring about the kids. It's about the kids were a message. I cannot think of
but mums.
I mean, but I can't think of any other message than to kill someone's child.
Okay, but let me ask. Hold on a minute. Hold on, guys. Hold on, and please let's try to talk one at a time so we can understand. But one thing. If that were the case, Brian, though, it happened. They're deceased, and they still did that, obviously, because they're free. So,
okay, wait, what? You're losing me. They did. Wait, what?
Based on what you're saying, okay,
right?
If that were true, okay, then they rolled on somebody to get released to get off of their charges. The thing is they got released, they were free, they're not in jail, and that still happened to them, to the kids.
No.
But we all know that how it works is as if you keep getting my vitamins and my cash stolen because you keep getting arrested, I'm not really fond of you. Okay, Cara was on her third strike, so was Nora. It's a small town, so chances are really good that whoever these women kept getting their vitamins and cash given to law enforcement
they give up the names,
was the same supplier. Suppliers don't like it when you lose their product and when you are now putting me in danger of you ratting on me or telling about my operation. I mean, everyone here is acting like that just doesn't happen. It happens all the time. It is the exact same thing as the scene in The Godfather with the horse's head. That is exactly how I look at it. Okay, it was a message killing, and the message was very effective. Can any of us say, has anybody spoken in over a year about the biggest murder case in the history of the United States of America since Manson? All behavior has meaning. Why is everybody silent? Why has it because they're scared to death. Bryan can't say anything either. He's afraid his family will get hurt. When we're talking about these people do this.
Makes far much more sense. It really does to me. It makes more sense. All I was saying was that mothers, I don't think they realize the seriousness of what they were in. That was all I was saying. And I think when they give up the names that they give up, and
they had no
obviously
choice. They were facing life in jail.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, well, let me say something real quick.
Now we're all in danger. Oh God.
What because I want Salty to be able to explain, like I wanted to know what her alibi, or not her alibi, I'm sorry, the theory that we're talking about. What was the theory that we were going to talk about? And then I'm going to read this here too, okay?
Oh, hi, Vix. I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
You can go ahead and
It's
hear that.
me.
I've just seen so many comments in chat saying Bethany didn't talk to the defense.
What is going on?
For years of bad
Real bad
information.
echo. Echo.
We
I don't
can't hear it.
Idaho for anymore. I'm trying to talk.
I know.
I'm at a point. I stopped discussing Idaho 4 months ago
Right.
for a reason. For one thing, Ann doesn't want to sit here and talk about it because her job's so damn hard. She can't even get a jury.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm 50-50. I had none of these theories that are being discussed. I feel like I'm losing brain cells by the minute because none of them matter.
When you cut the echo off, we can't hear her. We can't.
And then deciding if this guy did it or not. Right now, I have no clue if this guy did it or not. I'm probably the only one that can legitimately
sit here and say, I don't have an opinion either way. I see probable cause, but I don't see 100% proof yet, because that's what a trial is designed for in this country, not to be decided in a probable cause affidavit or by some TikTok or some stupid shit.
Right.
I'm going by what the documents bring us, just like I'm doing in Delphi. I go by that with Idaho as well. And so far, I can only go by what Ann gives us. And Ann is only going after cell phone data and car video footage. That's it. And maybe a statement by Bethany. But I just sent Dago an article on the fact that they did go and conduct their interview in Nevada with Bethany. Because I wouldn't say it if I hadn't already seen it in a court document. Because I do not put out the crazy theories. Now, if we deep dive people who might commit these types of crimes, Bryan Kohberger could absolutely fit the profile. Doesn't mean he does, but you can't sit here and say he couldn't because he looks kind of normal, because he goes to college. So did a bunch of people that chose a bad path in life. So I'm not going to sit up here and debate Kara and all these mamas and all these people and their drama and what they did. Ann can come to court and give me an alternate theory, and then maybe I can get behind it. Until then, none of it holds water with me.
Well, Dago, can you read that document?
Yeah.
And where did it come from?
I had to pull it down because I can't do both that and the phone. So hold on one second here. Let me pull it back up.
Okay.
Hey, Dago, I just wanted to
wonder
say
why
hello.
I wonder why that didn't get brought up in court, get brought up in any other thing, anything else. I don't know.
Okay. Right. No, I understand. Was it Lady B? Did you say something?
Oh, I just wanted to say hello. I wanted to ask a question. What do you all think that they got out of Bethany?
I don't know. That was something that was speculated about for months. If anything, it could have been something that I don't know. That's why I don't like to speculate on that, because it turned into a big conversation about a bunch of nothing when I did it before. So,
Right. Do you think that she was there at the time, or do you think she was gone?
I think she was there. I think she was there personally. Which could be the reason why she doesn't want to come back. That's just my opinion, though. So, okay, let me read this real quick. This was put out through News Nation. It's a document that.
News Nation. Okay. Go ahead.
And it says.
Let me go find another article. I'm not going to sit here and go through. Let me go to the case file. I'll go find the document. Hold on. I'll be back.
Okay, no problem. And guys, please let's try to be respectful of each other. I'm looking in chat and everybody. I know people get hot over this. It doesn't matter truly who's right or wrong. I'm just saying, like, there's no reason to get upset with each other or anything. I'm not saying.
Well, I'm not getting upset, Dago, but everything is facts and truth, right?
Well, and that's what I think. That's what this was supposed to be. And it's pretty. This is pretty simple, cut and dry. What this says. It's just Bethany Funk has agreed to do an interview with Kohberger's defense. Funk is fighting against a subpoena requiring her testimony. A preliminary hearing date for Kohberger set to begin at 9 a.m. June 26th. Okay. One of the survivors has agreed to sit for an interview with accused murderer Bryan Kohberger's defense counsel, according to court documents. Let me see.
Right. It did say documents that it was agreed she would interview.
Right.
But
Okay.
was it taking place?
That's what I'm trying to get with. Bethany has blah blah blah. Kohberger's facing all that. Earlier she argued that she would not have to testify at the preliminary hearing, nor for the duration of the trial. The subpoena for Funk was issued on the 11th. Subpoena 10 days later, claiming that it was improperly issued, that a hearing must be held before Funk can be required to testify. So let me see here, because this is highlighted in blue. If it has it in it, let me check something.
And I think that was before the grant. That was set for the prelim that didn't happen.
Yeah, it says the subpoena for prelim.
Some of the documents came to Bethany, and this is going to be filed in Nevada, and we don't have as easy access to the Nevada filings. I had it somewhere in one of my folders, but I'm trying to find it right now.
That's fine. Take your time.
Some people need to see it. So.
All right. The subpoena for preliminary hearing now set June 26th through the 30th. June 30th, have a preceding document does not contain. Okay. Hold on a minute here. And that's signed by the attorneys for Bethany Grace Funk and Evelyn Grossnick. Okay, hold on a minute. Let me back up to the other one now. Okay. Let me see if I can make this a little bit bigger for you guys. Okay. Oh shit. Hold on. I'm sorry about that. This does not want to work this way.
Dago, while you're doing that, I'd like to say hello to Vix, Don't Dive, and Bryan, my friend.
Absolutely. Let me see here.
I'm scared to talk. You guys are triggering my mommy issues.
Oh,
Okay,
Bryan,
so
I've missed you.
Stipulation and request for order comes now. Kelly Ann Valoria Esquire, on behalf of Bethany Grace Funk and Evelyn Grossnick, Indore and Washoe County Public Defender, on behalf of Defendant Bryan Kohberger, and jointly stipulate that the subpoena issued April 11th, commanding Bethany Grace Funk to appear before the Second Judicial Court of the State of Idaho, County of Latah, shall be withdrawn and or squashed, and that Bethany, okay, this is the squash letter, I get it, should be released from the subpoena. The basis for the stipulation is that Bethany Grace Funk, through her attorney, has agreed to an interview with Idaho Defense Counsel in Reno, Nevada, in lieu of proceedings forward with the last word's not there. So,
my goodness, everybody is afraid to go back to Moscow. I wonder why.
And has agreed to an interview. Right there, it is right there, and that is dated. Hold on.
Agreed. It was agreed. I remember that. But
didn't Bethany get married?
Me too. I remember it too, and it was like blown away when it dropped. I was excited for it to happen, and then poof, went away.
Didn't Bethany?
Go ahead.
Didn't Bethany get married?
I don't know. I stopped following anything with them after months ago.
I think she got married.
I think so too, kind of. But I stopped following them too, Digo. It's just too much.
Right. So that's
what does it matter?
Right. There's that document there, and then let me see. Is there another one in here?
I was just meaning that might be the reason why she doesn't want to go back.
Well, she wasn't married at that time. I know that much.
Yeah,
but
no. Everybody's scared to go back to Moscow. I wonder why.
I think not everybody's scared to go back to Moscow. Who's scared to go back? We've heard that Dylan doesn't want to go back, and we've heard Bethany doesn't want to go back. And honestly, if fix that because I know a lot of y'all don't think so. If those girls were just dumb and drunk and innocent that night, they don't want to go back for a reason. There was a lot of people in that town, media-wise, trying to get to them for interviews, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they were home to their mom and dad. I'd have demanded my child come on back home to me too, if it was my daughter.
I agree.
Whether to figure out what the hell is going on here, let me get everything figured out. Come home. That's normal and natural. So I don't understand why everybody
decided that was a big deal for a 19-year-old girl to go home after something like that happened.
Well, no, I didn't say it was a big deal
You
at
know,
all.
you can believe they were involved if you want. I'm going to choose right
I never
now.
said anything about them being involved. I never said anything about Bethany or Dylan. I'm talking about the parents, the targets, and it being a targeted hit. And if we look at all behavior, we're over a year in, and nobody has spoken one word. To me, if the message to me is shut up, and a year and a half goes by and nobody talks,
to people because they know what's being said on social media about them in their town. If y'all think they don't know, I mean, Ann Taylor knows what's being said on social media. You think the people of Moscow aren't aware of what's being said about them?
I never mentioned Bethany or I never mentioned either one of them. To me, they're meaningless.
Scared of the cops. You think they don't know that shit's being said?
I never said one word about either girl. Okay, I'm talking about the
Then
moms.
who is afraid to go back to town? If it's not Dylan and Bethany, please tell me who's afraid to go back to that town.
Ethan's brother and sister still go there.
What?
As far as I know,
Ethan's brother and sister still go there.
Yeah.
No, I was being funny, but apparently it didn't go over very good.
He's on the phone.
It's funny when they come to this because it's hard to have a legit conversation about this case because every time I try to have a legal conversation about this case and a legitimate rights conversation, somebody wants to derail it and go down a crazy ass rabbit hole, and we never get back to the actual case at hand.
Who's on the phone?
I quit talking.
Well, that's an opinion in terms of whether the conversations are idiotic or not. That's your opinion,
on the phone, Lady V.
I'm sorry,
entitled to that.
Salty Sleuth True Crime Time. Or I'm sorry.
Hi, Salty. This is Lady V. I agree with you. Salty.
Well, thank you. I can't go down one more rabbit hole with this case. We've been down them all. I mean, every kid in that town, include everybody at the grub truck, every college kid has been doxxed thanks to social media.
So what do you think happened, Madam Salty? What exactly is it you think happened? What is your explanation of Moscow?
I have no clue. I have no idea.
Okay, so you don't have any theory at all in your mind 17 months in. You don't have a clue.
Well, two things could have happened. Either somebody we don't know, a stranger or strangers, went in there and did it, or Bryan Kohberger went in there and did it. I don't know. Okay. I have only seen preliminary evidence at this point.
Right.
But we do have to go for motive. Human behavior is about motive. So what is your exact reason why somebody or some people randomly went in and chopped up 4 human beings?
Oh, that's the problem, Brian, is there's really no motive at this point that we've seen yet.
There is a motive when you go to my theory. There's a total motive.
I've got a theory on him. If Bryan Kohberger's the guy, desires to do what he did started around the age of 13 or 14.
Okay.
I agree.
Bryan Kohberger the way I have for the past year, and people like him, okay? But that's not a conversation that many in this chat want to have.
I agree with you.
No, Bryan does laptops. He doesn't do cablers, okay? This guy is
wait a minute. Let me say something.
No,
I agree with Salty.
Good, that's fine. I don't. I disagree with both of you.
I was just going to say that I agree with her because he did take.
Oh, hold on a sec. One at a time. Hold on. What'd you say, Salty?
I just feel like people kid themselves with the semi-normal looking smart guy could never hurt me theory. You're kidding yourself if you think that's the case.
Wait a minute, but he took martial arts, he took boxing.
What'd you say, Lady B? I'm sorry.
I said, but he took martial arts, he took boxing.
That was when he was 17. That was 15 years before this.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
no,
You don't
he's
know
not
if he's
unfit.
practicing in the basement with his punching bag or not. I mean, and boxing, if you think about hitting that bag, the speed they do it with and the power that it takes to do that, that is perfect training for somebody who wants to push a knife into somebody else, I'll just say.
I've done grad school. You're kind of busy, okay? You're kind of swamped. And he's doing a teaching assistant. Okay, he's busy, busy, busy. And from everything we've heard, he has passed. So he's meeting all of his requirements until he got into trouble with the teaching assistant. But grad school is really busy. Let me tell y'all.
No, I get that, but at the same time, they have downtime. He might have had a
I
bag
don't
in his
know.
room or you don't know. He had time for running in the middle of the night. Why
We
not
don't
have
know.
time for
We
a
don't
punching
know.
bag?
The picture of him running was from 12, 15 years before.
Hold on, guys. One at a time, please, because I can't hear you guys.
No, Dago, what's happening is the echo is making it hard to find a period at the end of her sentence. So for us, it's hard to gauge when to respond because
I
she's
agree.
still echoing.
I
Okay,
don't.
so
Yeah.
we're
I don't
having
hear.
trouble.
I
Oh
don't hear the
no.
echo. I'm sorry. I
Oh,
was
the
trying to.
echo. No, the echo is very bad. So she's going, okay. And then to me, I'm off. I'm off. Oh, first off, I'm on a mic, so that's a little different. Okay. But the echoing is making it hard for the rest of us up here to figure out when she's done speaking. It's not talking over. The echo is really bad. You don't hear an echo, Dago?
No. Okay. Do me a favor then. Let me try something and see if it changes it real quick. It's only when she talks that you hear it.
Yes, and it's
Okay.
profound.
All right.
So
I'm
it's
gonna do
hard.
something.
It's hard to gauge when to come in or out.
I'm gonna do something real quick.
I agree with Brian. I am getting an echo too. It is hard.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
I heard it earlier, but I didn't hear it just now when she spoke. It's like it goes in and
It's
out.
kind of, yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it does.
kind of hard to hear.
All right. Go ahead and say something now.
You can see I can't even tell who's the echoing one. Who's the one echoing? You, all the rest of you guys, you know all this stuff. Who's the one echoing?
Okay. Hold on, Brian. Let her say what she's saying real quick, and then we'll see if it echoes then. Go ahead and say what you're saying again, Salty.
Oh, it's Salty. Okay.
Okay. Did you hear that, Brian?
I didn't hear it at all.
Okay, good. I'm glad.
I heard nothing.
All right. Did you hear that, Brian?
No.
When she said, okay, I see what's going on. Then
We don't hear anything.
Right.
Nothing.
Okay. All right. Let's try this again. I don't know why this is doing this, but all right. Go ahead and ask. She wanted to know why you think that Brian could not be the guy. Brian is what she was asking.
It just doesn't fit. It's like all that serial killer stuff. He has no signs of serial killer. He's got no bedwetting. He got good grades in school. Is he awkward? Yes, he's a little off, but there's so many things he has. He has no history of fire setting. There's no juvenile acting out. There's no criminal arrest history. I mean, if we get into it clinically with the serial killers, there's a lifelong pattern of stuff that we commonly see. This kid was odd, quiet, good grades, and alone. Okay. That's just not a serial killer. It isn't.
Okay. Well, let me ask this real quick then, because this is just, I'm still 50-50 too. Everybody knows that. But what if,
oh, I'm not all the way either.
What if all the schooling that he took pushed him at some point, something was going, in his mind from the age of 13, like she said, per se, and he gets into the schooling that he gets and all the information he starts to learn and all this and so on and so forth. And then he just said, I want to do this. I want to see if I can pull this off. I want to see what the outcome is, and I want to see what this feels like. Because
that's lay people thinking that. Most people
in Washington. Why do it in Moscow? In Idaho? And he go to WSU. Why didn't he pick girls over there? Why did he pick that particular house, particular town? Why? That's, I mean,
Vitamin house.
and
It's a
then
vitamin house.
also Washington, they don't have a death penalty. So why jump
a
over
vitamin
however many miles it took to get to Moscow and jump into a state that had a death penalty? That don't make sense. So that's what I want to know.
It's not about making sense. It's about
And let me say something real quick.
people are losing my vitamins and my money. Okay, and I know I'm at very high risk of some people starting to talk because I have people in jail that are facing life in prison. I am going to send a message and say you had better not talk.
Okay. Now
Okay, I'm doing it like practically like a drug kingpin.
No, I get it, and I know you've talked about that for a long time. I absolutely understand. And listen, to be honest with everybody in here, and a lot of you guys already know this, I really do lean more towards the innocent side of this with him. Okay,
I'm not totally convinced, Dago, either. But more and more and more as we go. Come on, the other day was stunning when the prosecutor accidentally, out of control, yelled out they never stalked anybody.
No, I
That's
understand. I
pretty
agree.
stunning. That was absolutely
That was
breathtaking.
But like I said, I lean towards the innocent side, especially after stuff like that.
But not totally. I want you all to know I'm not totally saying he couldn't do it. Okay, that's not what I'm saying. But then, come on, it's never gonna go to trial, you guys. It was watched all over the globe the first 3 months when they're playing Moscow Mover for a Day. You know, I mean, come on, the whole world watched. I mean, weren't you all embarrassed?
About what?
When they were playing Movers for a Day with the U-Haul, as an American, I'm watching this and I'm knowing it's going out all over the world. How embarrassing as an American. You guys weren't embarrassed when they were playing Movers?
I don't understand what your point is.
I don't know what
No, my point is that there is tons of video for the first 3 months of them trampling a quad murder.
They have to take evidence away.
Oh, they processed everything. They processed everything before they moved all that stuff out. I do know that. It took them 9 days.
The world watched them trampling in and out for months.
Yeah,
in and out. It was a zoo. There was no chain of custody.
Yeah, I understand that, but that's normal. I mean, they take all their samples and everything like that, and then they have to remove the evidence.
That is not normal. You suit up, you put on protective, you wear gloves, you wear masks, you wear breathing equipment, you sanitize, you check in, you log off on chain of custody results when you're all that red tape on all the doors. That's supposed to be chain of custody. There's supposed to be one red strip on the door at a time. It's not supposed to be wrapping up like Christmas presents.
I do have to say, when they brought the mattress out and you could see everything, I thought that was ridiculous. It was terrible.
You guys can't find black plastic? Are you serious? Turn it up. Turn the mattress over the other way at least. How dare you? It was just awful. It was
like Chris Madonna did say, he even clarified it, that the crime scene was not handled like it should have been. He even said that.
No, I agree with that. From the beginning, I've said that.
My point is that we have video of it because all the news media were there. That's what Peter Trago told me like 9 months ago, that it's a very different case, and it hit me right. In this crime, there is so much video because the whole world was watching. So Anne can get a hold of any video she wants for the first 3 months, watching these bimbos trampling in and out, sticking over chain of custody, red tape over each other, not even wiping their feet, not putting on gloves, coughing through the windows. There's blood stains on the glass door. They're using chairs to lock up the sliding glass door. This is all, for me, I'm watching this, and I'm like, my God, how embarrassing as an American. Because I was fully aware that the whole world was watching the first 3 months. They were.
Oh, I agree. The way they took stuff in and out of there was ridiculous. I think they should have done a much better job.
Well,
I
that's
agree.
kind of a problem.
I agree.
If I was on the jury, I would not. playing moving for a day. That's it. I'm done. No. I'm not putting him behind the firing squad with all this buffoonery going on, and they're playing mayor of the week and renting U-Haulets and getting the truck stuck in ice and schlepping out beds and mattresses with blood all over them and pickup trucks. I mean, what a zoo.
Well, let me say something, and this is not. I'm not defending them by any means, but I do agree with what she says here that they definitely made missteps from the moment they stepped on that property that morning. The whole thing was completely a mess. I agree with that, and I think she's right. I don't think they knew how to handle something like this because who would? Honestly, unless it's Los Angeles or somewhere like that they go through this kind of shit every day. You know what I mean? And I agree with that wholeheartedly. I really do.
It was messed up before they ever even got there as well,
Right.
by all the people
100%.
traipsing in and out, all the students and everything.
But I mean, you got LE and you got ISP, and it was like Chris Madonna said, you got Moscow LE and you got the ISP, and he said from what he saw that wasn't handled. I mean, you got two agencies.
No, I agree. I totally agree with that. I mean, I'm sure they took samples and things like that before they moved things, but I totally agree that I don't think the chain of evidence and all of that. I don't believe that was done correctly at all. And that part, yes, I am embarrassed about.
Now, whether the FBI is trusted that they did their part, like they were supposed to, yeah, you would think. But there's been other cases, if you research, where there was fumbled things that took place with the FBI. It just depends on how they handle the case. I mean, okay, do y'all remember, and y'all can look this up and Google Wade Shirley, which was a retired FBI agent. Okay, they brought him in. Jadego, who was the captain that had he was over fried. He was a captain.
The one that retired.
Yes, he called.
Agent Shirley is a retired FBI agent from the
Idaho area. He spent years in the Idaho area working.
Yes.
He came on board after this case happened to assist and give
yes, that is true.
Advice, I guess. But he is also one of the ones allegedly who had a phone call interview with Kohberger.
Yes, that is true because I found the same information.
Yes.
I can't think of Captain. God, my head's like scrambled eggs, and I'm sorry. There's a lot going on.
That's okay.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep everybody.
But you know who I'm talking about. You know the one. He knew him. He knew him very well, and it was him and Bill Thompson that actually got in touch with Special Agent retired Special Agent Shirley. They got in touch with him because he's very good. He was very, very, very good at what he did. He did it for, I forgot how many years. Salty may know, but they brought him in on it. And I want to say, yeah, that is true. Some people were saying how Bryan Kohberger was never interviewed. He was. Now, one time, it was Payne that did a office interview, but I don't know how long that took place. That's what I read. And then the other time was Shirley did it over the phone.
It's the documents and cites two particular interviews that Bryan did. So before anybody says that's misinformation, it is in the documents, and you can easily go find these documents and pull them up. I don't have time right now to go pull it up because there's a bunch of documents there, but it is in the documents. They begin with A008 something another, and there are two of them. So she is exactly right about that.
That is right, because I read the same thing in the same documents.
It's hard to keep a level conversation because the level of fact and fiction in this case are gone. And not a lot of people know the actual facts versus what is actual fiction.
That happened
I've
a
had
long time ago too.
And I've had conversations where somebody's telling me that somebody's shady, and I'm like, okay, can you just tell me why you feel they're shady? 5 full minutes goes by with no response because they're thinking, and all they can
Right.
think of is they heard it somewhere.
Right.
This
I
case is
agree.
based on everything that we've talked about, and I was guilty of it for a period of time too because I didn't know. But it's a lot of it is I heard this, I heard that, I heard this over here. This one told me that, this and that is what happened with this case, you guys. We all know that.
Well,
Right,
well,
right.
while I'm
Because of the gag order, and everybody wanted to know things. So go ahead.
It wasn't just a gag order. We had somebody with a bullhorn for 8 to 9 months going on every panel they could find, telling us something else happened in that town. That's all I'm
Yeah,
gonna say about that.
misinformation everywhere.
Well, yeah, but you know what? Let me tell y'all. Come on. People are gonna say that. People are gonna say, "Well, I heard this or I saw this." The only thing you can do is look up the information yourself, investigate on the internet, do the research. You dig deep enough, you're gonna find it. That's all you can do. You can't get upset with people for, well, I
That's all
heard
I'm
this.
asking you to do. That's all I'm asking
You know,
all of
I
you
heard
to
this
do.
and I
You
heard
I
guys
that.
are
agree.
sleuths.
People are gonna
You
do
guys are
that. I mean, come
sleuths.
on, that's human nature, y'all. All you got to do
I
is if you got the facts, if you got the proof, just like Sleuthy, Goosey, her, I promise you, she's gonna bring it. Okay, she
And
brings it.
salty.
that girl
You
can
need
bring
to
it. Yeah.
help and listen to some of us too. Okay, that's all I've been inviting you to do from the minute I came up here is invite you all. You all are skilled, you're sleuthers, and you know how to Google. All I'm asking you all to do is Google Nora Hatrock and Cara Zana's mom's
We should all do
speed
it just
date.
to look at it.
Yes, just Google
But
their
now
plea
we've
out
looked at
dates.
it
You will
for
find
months.
they are in October of 2022. There is not a coincidence here that 3 weeks after that happened for both of these women, that both of these two kids get dead. Okay, you all just look up the date of the plea, not the arrest, not anything, when they got their charges handled, and you will find both women did it in October of 2022. Just go Google it, and then we'll have this conversation again.
We know
And
that
why
though,
are
Brian.
they still alive?
Well,
If they did it
don't
for
ask me.
justice, if they did it to get back at them because
No,
they
not get
owed
back. They
something,
wanted to tell
I mean,
people to
owed
shut up.
something. Yeah, no, I get that.
But
But then why are they still alive?
Well,
we've looked at
they were
that
in
angle with
jail.
moms for months and months and months. I mean, I've heard what you're telling me. I've heard it all with this case.
Oh,
All.
good, yeah.
Trust me.
Well, all I'm saying is go look up the dates, and they're absolutely breathtaking. It was like
Can you drop the
I
link in the back?
no, because I did this like 10 months ago, and that was when it blew me away. And I don't remember how I got
Lady V, look up Jay Ombre. Jay Ombre, he has a channel. He has the same thing. He talks about and explains a lot of stuff that he's connecting. So instead of looking up like the news, you can look up the news
Oh, wait,
briefings or whatever.
Dago?
But Jay Ombre, he's a
Okay, wait,
guy that
Dago, tell me. Oh, wait, I can't type. Someone put it in this link, so because I obviously I would like to look at it too. Okay, wait.
I
yeah
just
he
subscribed.
What are we talking about? I couldn't hear because a couple of you guys were talking.
I'm
at the same
sorry.
time. It's okay. I
sorry.
didn't hear what you said though.
Jay Ombre. You know who I'm talking about, Dago?
Yes, I do. What am I looking for though? Is what I mean.
Okay, well, he
Oh,
talks about the same theory that Brian has
I have it
about.
right here. I have it
Okay,
right here. Not that, but I have this.
wait, is that Pavarotti?
yes, Pavarotti. Yep.
Oh, I love Pavarotti. Okay,
Yeah,
Mhm.
he
I've
has the
got him.
same theory. He says the same thing, and he also puts other connections in there. But hey, Go look at it. Go listen to some of his videos. You don't have to
I
believe it.
watched him.
I don't
He's
necessarily
FBI. My
believe it.
dear, he's FBI. He's FBI. He's absolutely brilliant. He's FBI.
Right,
He knows his
right.
stuff.
No, I know all about that because I remember watching that just because this has been insane, you guys. We know that.
It has.
This is the whole thing in a shell that Brian's talking about. Xana's mom and Maddie's stepmom were both arrested recently and were in the same county jail. Both were arrested for drug trafficking. Maddie's stepmother was arrested 5 days before the murder, and Xana's mom not long after. We knew that. Corey Hatrock is Maddie's stepmom, no bond. Okay, and it shows. Hold on.
My screen ain't working.
Hold on a minute. Okay, it's gonna be a little blurry, but I'll still read it.
Right.
No bond. Arrest type was court arrest. Arresting agency, district courts. Arresting officer, Mitchell. Arrest location, district court. Possession of controlled substance 1-2, drugs, and that's the case number there. Okay, and that was the 11 of 2022, 3 p.m. 11/7, I think it is. Okay, and then Kara down at the bottom here.
You found it so quick, Dago.
It was sent to me, and thank you for that. Again, another warrant. This was a warrant arrest. Kootenai County Sheriff's Office. Arrest location was Highway 53 in Kootenai County, so she was pulled over and arrested. And again, we have from the arrest date was November 19th. Okay, so this was very close after this happened. And there was a warrant of detention, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or wait a minute, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 charges of controlled substance, 1 and 2 drugs. And really, that's the case number there. So they were both arrested within a very close range. And listen, it is a very interesting theory. I truly believe that. I do, Brian. And I told you that months ago.
You all are mad at me, and I'm sensitive.
It's not that anybody's mad at you. It's that it is. And I told you this.
Brian, I'm not mad at you. No.
I've never been mad at you, Brian. I couldn't get mad at you. I wanted to.
Brian, I never get mad at you. You know that.
No, salt
like I said,
my mommy.
I couldn't get mad at you if I wanted to. But what I'm telling you is this is a very interesting theory. I wholeheartedly agree, and I've always thought that. We don't have any way to put forth proof of the motive to do this based on the timeline and the people. That's the only problem with this whole thing. If there was a way to prove, and I said this before, if there was a way to prove this, then oh hell yeah, okay, I get it. There's no way for me to do that. No way at all. Other than it does sound good, and yes, it could definitely have been something that happened. That's the only way I can say that this comes out. And I do agree with you that it's very, very possible. That's the only way.
Yeah, it is. It is possible.
But that's the only way we can look at it.
Exactly. Yeah, that you got to have all the pieces to put the puzzle together, and that's true. Connect them dots.
And it's never going to happen because it's never going to make it to trial. It's going to get tossed. There's no way on earth that any jury or even this idiot judge is going to let what went on that is on video that first 6 weeks go into court. I mean, I can't stand the judge. I don't understand his job. He doesn't seem like
it just depends if Ann gets every piece of discovery evidence that they're holding back. She needs everything, and she needs the video, not half of it, not a quarter of it. She needs the whole video. She needs every video and all of it.
They're not scared. They're not going to give it. We're going.
She needs everything.
Hold on,
Brian. They're not going to do it. They're not going to give it. We're 15 months in. This.
Oh no! Let me tell you something. Put it this way, Brian.
Right.
With the Murdaugh trial, I watched that whole trial, the whole thing from day one. Put it this way: if Bill Thompson holds back anything and it comes out in that trial, and Ann does not have anything to be able to what you call it, oh shoot, it's on the tip of my tongue. I'm sorry. I get like Dago, with the memory thing.
Oh, me too. I'm getting old.
Oh my God, I'm gonna be 58 years old, and
It's a real struggle, guys. It's a real struggle.
I'm
it
the
is.
oldest one out of any of you youngins. So
Oh,
there.
shut up, Brian.
Yeah, I
Stop it.
turned
Oh, you shut
62
up.
in 5 days, so I get it, man.
Oh, I'm 62. So y'all shut up and respect
Oh yeah, you
Grandpa.
got us beat. You definitely got us beat.
No, not me. I'll be 62 in 5 days, so he don't got
Oh,
me
wait a
beat.
minute. Wait a minute. See, I can't see who's talking. Who is that? It's
Lady
my age.
V.
That's Lady
Hi,
V.
Lady V.
you old lady. How you doing, old fucker? Oh,
I'm good. I've been waiting for you to realize who I was, Brian. It
Oh
hasn't
my
been that
God.
long.
oh, my Lord help me. That did not just happen.
I love
That
But
Brian.
anyway,
I've
happened.
always
I'm gonna
liked
tell y'all
Brian.
real quick, and then I'm gonna jump down. But what I want to say is, if it comes out to where she does not get everything, and that the hearing is gonna start in 5 days, okay? Well, don't think it ain't gonna come out in court. Don't think that if there's bits or pieces that Bill Thompson is holding back, Ann is going to figure it out, because she's starting to figure things out now, and the trial is at what, a year away? She's already starting to figure it out. So I'm
It
not
won't
even
ever
no
make
more worried about that, because any bits and pieces that are held back, because it happened in the Murdaugh trial one time.
It
There
did,
was a
yeah.
little small something that the state was withholding and did not give. Uh, what was that lawyer? Putinini, I don't know what his name was. You know, the older lawyer, and he brought it up, and he looked at him and said, "Whoa, wait a minute! I don't have anything on this. Where is this coming from?" Okay, well, he was able to that right there. Matter of fact, got thrown out. That got out because the state did not give it to the defense. So don't think that can't happen.
It's
So
their right
whatever
to have everything. They should have everything.
whatever
It's their
tricks,
right.
whatever tricks is up Bill's, okay, or Ann, hey, whatever say that they don't show one another, well, only gonna win the trial during the trial.
Well, Ann doesn't
That's
have to
why
show her cards, but the defense the defense is supposed to give the the prosecution is supposed to give the defense everything.
and they can't hold nothing. Can they do? Well, they what is it, Lady V? It's a strike evidence, what it was called.
It,
But I know the judge, the marriage and the Murdaugh trials,
is it just me or
told the
she's breaking
state.
up?
Oh, it's probably me. Look, I tell you what, let me. Got some things to go do, but I'm gonna be listening. But just keep in
So that
mind though, people are gonna say, I heard this, I saw this, and I heard this. We can't get upset with that. We really can't, because maybe they did hear something being true, but we're not gonna true or not.
You hear me, Dodo?
I'm
Joe's
hold on.
talking
No,
to you,
it's
honey.
it's bouncing off of the other side of it. But did you say, what did you say you were doing? Salty saying something, and then you were what?
Yeah. Well, to start with, I'm not mad. I'm probably the last person that's going to get mad. And I don't get mad when I hear people say, well, I heard this and that. What bothers me about people saying, I heard this or that, is they can't tell me if that's fact or not. I know the fact. But when someone says, I heard this or that, like just a minute ago, we had to go and prove that we were right about the Nevada thing. And as far as the state not giving up information to Ann, she is requesting something to do with one particular video out of many. But the other things that Ann is waiting on and continues to ask for are FBI reports that generally are not turned over in court cases. This is not the only court case. This is why I'm begging people to watch court cases. Follow what the FBI does and doesn't do. What the two-way report has to be filled out. It's the whole
Okay,
process.
wait, may I respond to what you
I
just
didn't hear.
said?
I didn't. Wait a minute, Dago. When I was thrown out, I never saw no proof. What are you talking about, Salty? Because when I was, I got accidentally kicked off or whatever, and I came back on. Was the proof shown? Did you find your file or
Oh,
whatever?
being interviewed by Nevada. Yeah, yeah.
We brought that. That's the only document I can find right now. I'm gonna have to go digging and digging and digging to find
Okay,
an
well,
actual
that's not the proof, though, Salty. You're saying that's the proof. That's not the proof. I want to see the proof. People, not just me, people need to see where it showed that that interview actually took place, because we don't know that.
I thought
That's
the
what.
interview
Wait, what
was
are
with
we,
her
are
and
we
Casey
talking
Jones.
about the
Ordered it to
interview
be
with
done. You think
Brittany?
Ann didn't
You know
do
what,
it?
Dago? I'll tell you what. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna find it myself. I'm gonna find it myself, and then I
I have
will
to agree
email
with
it to
you.
you, Dago, and then that way we can have a live on it. How about that?
No, I will. Yeah, because I don't have time right now to go look for it because
Okay. Okay.
you know what I mean. There's
You know,
too
I
much.
do remember.
Dago,
I'm
you're
sorry.
not busy. You're only hosting a live.
No,
What's the
he
problem? Get to work.
yeah. I'll find it, and then I'm gonna send it to you because I want to find out if that's from what I've seen. No, from I never heard anything, never saw anything. Any Ann or Jay or Alyssa, nobody, no court document, no
You guys,
nothing. Matter of fact, you know what? I know who would know, and it would be the lawyer you know. He would have all that. He would be able to find all
yeah.
that. So I'm going to get in touch with him because I've had to do it before and see if he could email me. Yeah,
He's the
that's
one
Deep
who
Dive, I
told
do
me
have to
that
say,
this is going to
I,
be a
I, d-
problem with all the television coverage and the video. He's the one who told me that this is going to be tough because it's all
Okay,
there's tons of
listen. If the
video.
interview, sorry, Brian, if the interview happened, there'll be a document somewhere, and we will find it, and I will show it. I promise. If it
okay.
exists, I
Great.
will find it and show it.
I have to
That would
agree
be
with Deep
awesome.
Dive. I remember that they were going to do it, and then it got delayed, and then I don't know whether they actually got it done or
The
not.
grand
But then
jury
I also,
indictment took place.
right,
Yeah, I don't think they got it done either. I think that she backed out and she lawyered up early, and apparently her family system's got some
The
resources.
problem,
So I
but the
kind of
problem
think
is that she still was going to
ran.
have to do it, Brian.
Yeah, she
Well,
was going to have to, but it never
Yeah.
got
I
taken
don't think it
place.
did.
No, it
no,
didn't because of what
they have resources. They have
because of the
money.
indictment.
Parents.
Right,
Right.
because
They
the grand
have
jury.
money
There was
though
a
that
filing on
changes
Wednesday the
everything.
2nd in Washoe County, Nevada court. So you're gonna have to go to the Nevada courts to find those documents to prove that Bethany did meet with
Okay.
them. Also,
Okay. I'm gonna do
I,
that.
No, she didn't.
I do agree. I think that's why the documents are so hard to find because they were in Nevada when it happened, and they were documented through Nevada's
Yes.
legal
They
system.
Well, I should be
drove
able to
over
get that
there.
on FOIA, right?
No,
It'll
because
take
the
about a
case is
month and
still
a half,
active.
but they won't give it to
Okay,
you.
well, I'll get in touch with maybe A.R. Hayes. He may be able to get that information for me because he lives there.
Okay.
Oh, that's
Well,
true.
if he can,
Okay.
that's.
I
I'll go
don't
look
think
in and
so
see what I
either.
can figure out with it
I
too.
don't think so either. It's
Okay.
still an open case. They're not gonna. It's the biggest case of the century. They're not going to be releasing stuff that could like someone in this community would have found this one way or the other by now if it was accessible somehow to some public.
there
They're
were
not going
many
to do it.
videos done on this. There was so much talk about this where she agreed to meet with the. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna say it.
Oh, there was. Yeah, she was agreed to meet. They were. It was going to take place, but did it? Is what I'm wanting to know. Did it happen?
I don't think
Well,
they will
Right,
ever
because I
let us
don't remember
know.
it
That's
actually
all I'm
happening. I think the
questioning.
grand
That's it.
jury. I think we
That's
had the grand
saying
jury, and then
was
I don't remember ever hearing that she actually did it.
no, she did
Yeah,
not.
no,
But I'm going to
no.
clarify it.
I remember hearing it that it was going to happen, and then they switched everything up from the grand jury to to the grand jury, and then they all ran. But we have to remember it's a money game, and she has got resources and money. Apparently, her folks are educated and stuff. That matters. That's just part of the game. Okay, so she was protected by lawyers, and apparently they kept her away from Anne and all of them. And I do believe that they would successfully do it. It's money. No, we're all fine. We're all having trouble with the audio. That's what's making it sound like we're all yelling at each other. It's hard because the
It
audio
is.
keeps going kooky, so we can't tell. We can't find a period.
Yeah.
Okay, when
I
someone's done.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
having
not
Okay,
trouble.
well,
mad
look,
at
I'm gonna
you.
jump down, y'all. Y'all have a good night.
You
Good night,
too.
Thank you.
sweetheart.
Love
Thank
your
you,
Nice to
accent.
Dive.
talk to you again,
Okay,
hun.
y'all too.
I
Okay,
love your
bye.
accent.
Thank you, Don't Dive.
Okay, wait, and I can't see who that was. I thought that was Salty.
The Salty's on the phone. The rest of you guys are on the panel itself.
And Dago, you think I understand the difference? I can't see you. I'm in the chat. I have the screen blown up so I can read it.
Oh, okay. Well, you're on the panel with me, so I don't know. But there is another question I do have about this myself too, because I know when the grand jury convened, there was talk that she was going to testify for that as well. But we just read that was all agreed upon. I can't imagine why they would not follow through with that. It's the only thing I'm saying. Regardless of the grand jury or not, they still need that testimony. And the whole plan was to hurry up and get to Nevada to get her testimony, basically, and then take that back to be able to do what they were doing, grand jury or not. I would imagine that it would have still had to have taken place since it was agreed upon. That's what my issue is. That's all.
I agree with you, Dago. I just
No,
don't remember it ever actually happening.
Well, I
Again.
think what happened, guys, this is true facts in my mind, because if I remember going back, that because the grand jury did the whole secret indictment thing, everybody went nuts and everybody kind of like walked down another direction away from that. And we had quit talking about that altogether, okay? And started talking about all this other stuff. So therefore, that's why I don't remember specifically any more than what we just talked about. And that's why I said
having lawyers, Dago, having lawyers changes the whole thing. Okay, the prosecutors have to dance with her lawyers, and her lawyers were like, she's not going to speak to you unless you subpoena her. And they didn't want to do that. I do not think she talked to them. She's very well lawyer protected. It is a huge game, and it is based on if you have money or you don't. That is what it's all about. Period. Sad, yes. Truth, yes. That's all it's about. And she has resources, apparently. I think so, Leslie. I'm not sure, but I know she has resources. And that stops prosecutors. If you've got an attorney saying, no, my client will not speak to you unless you subpoena her. And for whatever the dance was that they at that time in this mess didn't want to subpoena her for whatever reason, then no, they didn't talk to her. And it's having a lawyer is the whole thing, you guys. It's all a game and it's all about money. It's not about guilt or innocence. The things I know, one of my colleagues that I was close to was married to a judge, and we did happy hours together. And let me tell you all how much justice is done over a happy hour. The judges are there, the defense attorneys are there, the what do you call them? The what are the ones that the everybody, they're all friends, they all vacation, they love yachting. Their kids all know each other. Everybody thinks that like they don't talk to each other. They do. It is a game. It is a game, and
I know all of that, of course. Yeah. Real quick though, because I have to deal with it. It's been sitting here. Whoever this is that's backstage, you have to show your face at least once to be able to for me to bring you in here. So if you want to do that, that's fine, and then I can bring you up. If not, I can't bring you up. I apologize. Because
we don't want to see no penises.
Yeah, I want to make sure we're looking at your face and not something else. That's all. It's me. Who's me? I've never seen your name before. I'm sorry. And I'm not going to repeat your name either because I'm just not going to.
Now I'm curious.
What I figured. Okay.
Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Oh my God.
That's the point. So anyway, are you still in here?
People are ridiculous.
I know.
Why do people do that? Why?
So as far as that, well, you should have said that, dude. I don't know what the hell that name was. So
Oh God, who would know that name? Give me a break. Oh
Yo,
my
I
God.
was talking to
Willie,
myself the whole time. I'm like, why is everybody talking back to me?
hey
You said,
you,
Willie,
said
my
it's me.
Willie.
you,
Oh, that's so
yeah.
Sure,
funny.
you say
Okay,
something
throw
like that.
him off
If I
panel,
say
Dago.
something,
He's throw the dude off panel,
oh,
man.
Oh,
Throw
All
him off.
right.
Okay,
Well,
this is a Willie I don't mind
that's
seeing.
great.
oh, that
I
is
don't
so
so
either.
funny.
anyway, at this
Willie,
point,
Willie,
though, like I
Willie.
said, you guys, as far as that piece of the conversation,
Oh my God.
I need personally to go find a document that says yes or no to this, and when I do, I will very gladly show it to everybody.
Okay, wait for all of you guys that are not on the stream thing with the back chat. I want you all to know that Willie put his name into Dago as Peter Feltersnatch.
Hey, listen, that's a real man. That's a real guy.
Feltersnatch. So that is just hysterical, Willie. I
I
mean,
love
how did you
Willie.
even come up with Peter Feltersnatch?
Hey, yeah,
Must be
listen, that's a real individual. You can look him up.
Oh
You're
God, that's
hilarious.
funny, Willie.
Weren't you just
No,
like
I just
Hunt the
wanted
other
people
day?
that weren't up here to know why
I was
Dago had
asking while
that
you were
reaction.
talking. Did you guys stop talking about Idaho? Because it looks like you've been live for almost 2.5 hours. What did I miss? Did something crazy
That's
happen?
so funny, Peter Snatch. Is that a picture of you, Willie?
Yeah, it's a picture
Yes,
of me.
that's the
Did I
picture.
miss something with the hearing?
Oh no,
Or
the Alibi came out. It was great.
You
Digga,
remember
you're muted on that.
the alibi date was for today?
Yeah.
They
Oh,
did
that's
well. They
funny.
turned it in, and now they're saying that. Oh shit! I'd have to go back and read word for word. Give me 1 second.
Because all I
He
saw,
was,
I mean,
he was
all
driving at a
I
park
saw
in
was
Colton,
Bombshell.
Washington.
You need to come back and visit us over at Lost, Willie.
What's up, Lady
I
V?
missed you. I missed you.
Listen, I miss everybody over there. I'm just, I don't mess with a couple people over there. So
Yeah, I get it. Just come say hey to. Come say hey to me.
listen, everybody who knows that I love them knows that I love them. Everyone who knows I hate them, they know it. Okay, I don't got to
I
tell
know
nobody.
that.
But yeah, so what was this Bombshell? Like I saw, because I've been focused
The
on something else all
Alibi.
day, and I saw
Really, it was
Bombshell.
the
Yeah, it's the
really
alibi.
it was the Alibi, and it really is really rather stunning, and it'll hit you that way too. I mean, just the way it was written and stuff. It's pretty potent
So
stuff,
that's what I mean.
and
Did he
you have to
basically like
have
show that he was driving around?
kind of, sort of, pretty much. And you're more right brain than I am. If you read it, Willie, you tell me. Okay, yes, it certainly sounded like to me that yes, it was pretty stunning.
Wow, this is shit, dude. I missed everything today.
This is what happens when you don't say hello to us, Willie.
I know,
Mr.
man.
Peter Funkenschunk.
Like that.
You missed out.
Well,
dude.
I knew he had to give. I mean, I didn't know what they were going to give today, but I knew they had to give something over.
How old is that picture, Willie?
That one right there.
Yeah.
I don't know, like a couple months.
Oh,
Trust
that's
me,
it.
Trust me, he looks like that.
Oh
I think
no, I believe. Oh, he knows.
Dude,
I
I'm
think
not that
he's
old, man.
adorable.
What the hell?
No, but you cleaned up from the muscle man thing.
Well, that's why I
Okay,
put that up because somebody said something about like I have a beanie on and look like a bum. So I was like, all right, I'll just put a regular photo
Oh,
up.
please, it's a bum with a beautiful body.
Okay.
You can look like a bum for me all you want. Okay.
So when I put this up here, I said alibi bombshell with question marks because that is it or isn't it? Because what they stated was, oh shit, that. Sorry guys, I had to run to the bathroom. I've been holding it for like 35 minutes now. That hold on.
It'll be neat to hear his reaction to it.
Trying to think of the
Pretty
exact
stunning.
damn words.
Yeah, it was stunning. And he processes totally the opposite of me. So it will be neat to see if he finds it like potent. Because man,
Hey,
it was like,
Tomboy.
oh my God.
Hi.
Okay.
Hi, Tomboy.
The
way she wrote it, Willie, was just you have to be able to prove that. You can't write that unless you can prove that.
They bring up the point that Bryan liked to hike and run and all this and that and everything else, and that he started working there and all this other stuff, which we all know that. And then they stated that had gotten less than what he usually did. So he started driving more at the okay, driving more in the evenings than he was, and so on and so forth, and that he
Took
Jesus.
pictures of the moon.
Oh yeah, and as he was out driving around, thank you.
Yeah.
He was taking pictures of the stars in the sky and stuff like that. And like I said, if there's timestamps on those pictures supposedly, and it shows on the 13th, they're stating that he did it on the 13th as well, then it's going to show timestamps that he did it on these pictures, and if that proves that, then there's a proof there. Now they're also stating that they have this expert witness that is an expert witness for sure. He has all this background stuff, but he's only dealt with prosecuting cases. I saw that too. But he's got a lot of experience in everything else, okay? And he's very good at the cast stuff and all that other crap. So he's going to testify, but it's all based on the fact that if they don't, that she's going to give more, Anne's going to give more evidence proving all this stuff once they hand over the piece of discovery she's waiting on.
Exactly. See, so she's still.
There you go. What was the
that's
line
crazy.
in there about the East? How did they word about the East? Because he will relate to that. What did she say? She said something about the car was going east and couldn't be, or something because it was going west.
Hold on, I'll just pull up the document again real quick. 1 second.
No,
Because here's
it
the
would
thing.
be neat to see
Everything.
his reaction.
Here's the thing. Everything that is written in this document, I'm taking as 100% fact because there's no way they're going to put something in
Yes, I
here
agree.
that they can't prove.
Yes,
No way.
I agree. That's what was stunning about the way she wrote it. It was like really hands down. Look, this is what we've got.
Well, there's a reason.
okay?
Well,
Oh,
there's
we
a
all know
reason
she
that
didn't write it.
he thinks
J.
he's innocent.
Jay Logston wrote it. You know he's the king of paperwork.
Yes, she didn't write this. He did. I can promise you that much. Hold on a second.
I'm just saying that the general, whatever they're saying in the paperwork, I think, they can prove because they're not just going to say something to say it.
And that's what I'm saying. That's why I want him to read you, Willie, the east and west part, because I don't do that stuff. But man, that is like really intense. I mean, because it basically reads like we have camera of his car going this certain direction.
We
That
knew
is
that.
opposite of what your direction says, you assholes. Okay, that's a problem. You can't make that up. You're going to get busted.
Yeah, but we all knew that. I mean, I knew that before. I mean, this just confirms it. But yeah, like I knew that
Well,
shit.
that's pretty important, though, to confirm it.
Absolutely, it is. But in the beginning, everybody just looks past it, like, not a big deal. And now look,
Oh, no, come on. You
comes
and
right
I
back.
both hated the PCA from day one.
Listen, bro, when Bryan gets off, I'm gonna collect. That's all I have to say.
So would I. So would I. Absolutely.
A lot of people made a lot of bets back then.
Yeah. And we all you and I put up with a bunch of hassles.
Yep.
Yep. Online, got yelled at all the time because we just knew
that's okay.
Okay.
it's fine.
Okay.
Either you fight for something or you stand for nothing, right?
It says Mr. Kohberger moved to Pullman, Washington in June as an avid runner and hiker. He explored many areas of Palouse. Of note, he explored Wawa Park in July of 2022. After the school year began, Mr. Kohberger was busy with classes and work at Washington State University, and his running and hiking decreased but did not stop. Instead, his nighttime drives increased, and this is supported by data from Mr. Kohberger's phone. Now, hold on. There's more. Let me pull this down and throw the other one up.
God.
1 second here.
No whispering, Willie.
I'm whispering to myself.
We want to know what you're saying to yourself.
I'm just sitting here with a smile on my face, man. I knew
I
this
thought
shit.
you were whispering to me.
But yeah,
Me
but
too.
honestly,
Me
it doesn't
too,
prove anything yet. So don't
Listen, just the fact that they're even saying it, man. Like, because
yes.
I get it. I get it.
Willie. Just wait, Willie. It gets better.
I get it. Okay, I think this is the other side.
No,
here.
I'm smiling too. Just wait, Willie. I'd be quiet. It gets better.
Hold on a minute. Let me make sure.
Wow.
You know, Willie and I don't agree on this. We never have. But
that's a
we
lie.
like each other anyway.
We've actually agreed on a lot of shit. Don't lie.
Like we do. I know we do. I'm just joking.
It goes on to state that hold on a minute, guys. Mr. Kohberger's phone allows allowing him in the countryside late at night, in the early morning on several occasions. The phone data includes numerous photographs taken on several different late evenings and early mornings. Where the hell are my glasses? Damn it. There we go. Oh, that makes it even blurrier.
Hey, Dago, you've got to be tired. You've been doing great, dude. It's got to be really hard to do what you're doing.
Including in November, depicting the night sky. Mr. Kohberger was out driving in the early morning hours of November 13th of 2022, and he did not. Oh, also did he not hike and return? What the hell?
Wait,
And,
as he?
Yes. He drove through the area south of Pullman, Washington, west of Moscow. Okay, that's what it says. I'm sorry. God, why did that get so blurry all of a sudden?
Will you drop down a line that says as he often did?
You can read that, then go
well,
for it.
It's blurry as shit, but I'm trying to make it out. It says as he often did to take
be
and
young
run.
again, Dago. To be young.
Yeah,
it
he
says
drove throughout
the moon
area.
and the stars.
Yeah, that's what I thought I said. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
He drove throughout the area south of Pullman, Washington, west of Moscow, Idaho, including that Wawa Park, whatever. Now, Wawawi, thank you. Partial corroboration, Mr. Kohberger intends to offer testimony of Cy-Ray CSLI expert cell tower, cell phone, and other radio frequency. I can't see that word. Oh yeah, all of his info and his background is attached to this. Okay, and I'm not reading all that because there's a lot of it. To show that Bryan Kohberger's mobile device was south of Pullman, Washington, and west of Moscow, Idaho, on November 13, 2022. That Bryan Kohberger's mobile device did not travel out as the Moscow Pullman Highway is in the early morning hours of November 13th. And this, what the hell, guys?
Thank you.
This could not be.
It really is blurry.
And this could not be the vehicle captured on video along the Moscow Pullman Highway near Floyd's cannabis shop. Additional information as to Mr. Kohberger's whereabouts in the early morning hours. What the hell happened?
You want me to read it?
Go for it if you can.
Additional information as to Mr. Kohberger's whereabouts as the early morning hours progressed, including additional analysis by Mr. Ray, will be provided once the state provides discovery requested and now subject to an upcoming motion to compel. If not disclosed, Mr. Ray's testimony will also reveal that critical exculpatory evidence further corroborating Mr. Kohberger's alibi was either not preserved or has been withheld.
Damn.
And there it is.
Ain't that something, Willie?
Ain't that a bitch? Holy
yes,
hell.
And we have to wipe our smiles off our face right now. Ready,
well,
go.
Here's the thing. Like I said, don't get super excited until.
I'm not excited. It's just the fact that they're like, yo, listen, here's the hold on. They're like, here's the alibi. Here's what he was doing, and here's why he wasn't there. And on top of it, we're waiting for more shit so we can explain even further why he wasn't there. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Do you think the motion to compel still has to do with the CAS report?
Mm-hmm. I do, personally.
You guys,
because
they said they threw out all that stuff. I don't even think they have the CAS report.
We said it was a draft.
Wawa Park
is.
Wawa Park
think they tossed it.
On the
hold on, Brian. Go ahead.
Wawa Park is on the south side of.
Why do I have to always hold on? Make
Washington, which is about, I guess it's about 20 miles away, but it is southeast of Moscow. And it's literally almost right across the river from Clarkston.
Mm-hmm.
So would explain why he's in Clarkston.
And here's the other thing though. CL has a great point.
Yes.
There has been no bail hearing. There has been no bail asked for. Why? Why?
That actually was what I was going to ask.
Because
To
I
be
think
honest.
it's safer in there.
I'm
That
sorry.
he is out. And he has no ties to the Moscow Pullman area. No family, no nothing. And
Right.
he can't leave the state. So
Bail. He wouldn't even give a fair, speedy trial. We're worried about bail.
The only thing that I'm questioning at this point is that if they really thought they had a smoking gun, why wouldn't they request a bail? It wasn't ever even asked for. That's what I never understood.
I think it's because they know that they can't. He has nowhere to go.
Or they know they're going to deny it.
Yeah.
Well,
It's not even worth it.
It's a death penalty case. That's one thing I do get. But even if he has nowhere to go, that's the whole point. Like, why? I just don't get it. I never did understand that part of it. But so be it.
I never did either. That's always been weird to me.
Okay, wait. Let me ask a question. CL. Okay, can she? All right, wait. No, I want to ask it softer. Can she fudge Anne? Can Anne fudge just a little bit and not get in trouble? Because your comment was stunning in that she could get in trouble. So what I'm asking you is, can she just like totally make stuff up? How far out can she go, CO?
No.
Okay, she does see. That's what. Hi, American. I love my American. No, that's what I thought is that they can't. She can't even really lie. But
Hold on. I just got a comment that I saw backed up that somebody sent to me. Somebody stated in here, I don't know who, that the Showalters are paying for Bethany's legal fees.
I heard that a long time ago.
Where the hell does that come from?
That was sarcasm.
Oh, that wasn't a real comment?
Yeah, no, that they were in the context of the flow of the chat. That was just being funny.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Tonka, my love, Tonka.
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't believe stuff like that, you guys, because I really doubt that.
So basically, is this going to be like a defense? So the defense is going to have their expert, and then the prosecution is going to have their expert, and they're both are going to explain why. Like one's going to say he was there, and the other one's going to say he was here, and they're going to explain their side of it, and then the jury has to choose which one they believe.
Or Bill Thompson's gonna try to do what he did to the guy the other day.
Like, isn't evidence? Like, if you show somebody's here and not over here, how can
that's
an
what
expert
I'm trying to figure out? Yes.
Like, that's what I don't know. Like, if she's saying he wasn't over this area, but the prosecution's saying he was over in the area, and you have two experts, well, then one of them's obviously not an expert because they're wrong. So.
Something's off.
They're gonna have prosecution's gonna have an expert as well, and they're gonna back and forth with each other, and whoever makes the proof positive or shows the pudding, whatever the hell you want to call it, that's the one that's gonna win. That situation.
Yeah, but didn't the thing to you guys really, the thing about the car was east west, whatever that was, like sound pretty potent to you? I mean, to me, it sounded like they knew exactly where the car was. And then CL confused me when she said maybe they could just lie. Okay, so that kind of
they probably do, because if Brian's been there a bunch of times, okay, Brian probably does remember where the route he took that night, and he probably told Ann, like, yeah, I went this way, and then she went and collected what she had to, and probably found stuff that the prosecution wouldn't bring up because it probably wouldn't help them. And this is what she.
Why did he say he couldn't remember where he was that night then?
Well, that's what he said publicly.
What do you mean? I thought he said he was out driving.
He said he was out driving, but they couldn't tell where he was that night. He didn't remember.
Well, like I asked, what's in there night? What's today? April. What were you doing March 6th, lady?
April 17th.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
What were you doing on March 6th?
But I get your point. Absolutely.
Yeah.
No,
You know what I'm
I
saying?
completely agree with you.
So, like, if you ask me what I was doing the day right away, I'm going to say I have no idea. But then when I think about it, okay, and then I like think about my patterns and maybe what night it was and stuff, then I could, kind of come up with what I was doing.
Why would it take a year to come out?
It didn't take a year. He said he was out driving. How long ago? Just because they want a detailed version of his alibi. In what other case have you heard of this?
Yeah, you can't say where you were a year ago. I ate chicken at 8:04, and then I took a shower at 8:17. And this is from
I mean, this
2022.
guy's literally saying what he was doing, what he was taking pictures of, when he was taking pictures, how he was taking pictures. Like, what more do you want?
It has
I
to
don't.
be that it has to be that they have stuff like for real. That's why I wanted you to
Hold
hear
on.
it, because
Oh,
it is
Brian.
concrete.
I'm sorry. Hold on. I don't mean to interrupt. It's real. They are directing her and paying. You're saying the Showalters are directing Bethany and they're paying for it. And I don't.
Who's Showalter?
If you send me a receipt on that, then you're
One
going
of
to
the
have to resend
Jacks.
it because I don't remember ever seeing that, hon. I don't. Jack
Yeah,
Showalter. If that's true, send me that again real quick, please, because I don't ever remember seeing that. And it could have been if you did send it to me, it could have been that I missed it because I had a lot of stuff to look at. But just send it again. That's all. Because I don't remember seeing that ever. That's crazy.
I don't remember ever hearing that.
Yeah,
but damn,
Like I said, no matter what alibi this guy puts out, it's not going to be good enough. So it doesn't matter what Bryan says he was doing. It doesn't matter.
I have an open mind, but if he's guilty, I mean, if he's innocent, they've torn that house down.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
They've torn the house down.
Yeah. So it's either
They
Bryan
might
or
have
nobody.
to go back and exactly.
Yep.
Because
Well,
everything
second
that
that.
they could have gone back to check is now gone.
But who do you blame? You only blame one entity, and that's the university.
Oh, I blame them. Yeah, definitely. I blame
That's
the
it.
state.
And they don't give a shit whether Bryan's found innocent. I mean, maybe they do, kind of, because it's going to ensue panic. That's why I just think that, it has to be Bryan. Because if it's not Bryan, like you said, then they have nobody, and then they're panic in town again. So I don't know. I don't know which direction it will go. Now, in a fair trial with all this, reasonable doubt that the defense is bringing up right here in front of our faces, and they're going to argue that with another expert, just the fact that they're even have an argument of reasonable doubt is crazy in my mind with his alibi. So if the jury is unbiased, Bryan is going to get off. If the jury is biased, Bryan's going to jail or will be shot. Period.
Right. Well, here's the thing.
I disagree. I don't think they'll ever make it to trial, Willie. It's way too sloppy. And
Oh, it's definitely going to trial. Dude, listen, Karen Reed made it to trial, bro. This is definitely going to trial.
Something to remember is the state of Idaho took the death penalty off the table in the Vallow case. I don't know if you guys know this or not.
Yeah.
In Idaho, because of prosecution not turning shit over in time. If the prosecution doesn't turn over evidence, then they cannot bring it in court. That's the problem. See?
But I mean, he already lost his right to a fair, speedy trial. He never had a shot at that, so that's gone. And then and they're still waiting on shit. I mean, he can't even produce a full alibi that they want. They're bitching, give us the alibi, give us the alibi. They haven't even handed over the information for him to produce a full alibi. That's disgusting.
Doesn't exist,
That's
Willie.
disgusting.
It doesn't exist. They tossed it.
No shit, it doesn't exist. That's why they're still waiting on it, Bryan.
Right. That's what I'm saying is they
But yet they were supposed to have a trial in 6 months, right? They were going to have a trial in 6 months and have all this information in 6 months, right? Get out of here.
He waived the speedy trial thing,
I
right?
would too if I was getting bombarded with, once they just get information in, it's just shoved in Ann's face. They just get it in, shoved in Ann's face. I mean, nothing was given to her in any kind of cordial manner. And then she's expected to give everything over. Oh, give us this, give us that, give us this. But yet they've asked how many times for discovery? 18 times? Oh, I'm sorry, 15 times? 28 times? What's the difference?
You guys, what number? But the thing that's such a mess about it is, how come it just keeps on going, Judge? I mean, get some balls and make them order them and then get them in trouble.
Well, the judge can't make a decision. He can't make a ruling to save his life because he's not fit to take on a case like this.
Yes, he's an idiot. I mean,
he's not an idiot. He's just inexperienced.
That's what I said. I think he's doing the best job he can with what he knows. I just don't think he knows how to handle this yet, and he's learning as he goes. So,
yeah. And to be honest, I don't blame Bill either, because if Bill had the evidence to prosecute Bryan, he probably wouldn't be looking like an idiot. I'm sure he wants to have strong evidence, but listen, when you don't got it, you don't got it. Like that's not his fault.
I I definitely don't think he's an idiot. This is a new type case for him. It's a lot. There's a lot to it.
No,
And
that's fair. That's fair, gentlemen.
yeah, I definitely don't think that. But he's every judge is going to be different. You know what I'm saying? He's a laid back type guy, things and so on and so forth. But I think he's doing an okay job with it. But can you imagine walking into this case? You know what I'm saying? Lance Ito. That's my thing. It was the same type scenario with him with OJ's case. Like that was not something he ever handled before.
Yeah, I remember that.
No, that's fair, you guys. That's fair.
He made mistakes, and
we've been going for a year now. It's some way, like they have to be talking to each other. Some way, Your Honor, you need to kind of like make a decision on some of this stuff. I mean, how long do we do this, guys? They keep asking, they keep not doing it. And my true belief is they don't have it, y'all, because they're used to being corrupt. They had no idea that YouTube was going to keep this thing so alive. They didn't do the road. These are people that write no.
I don't think it's that
welfare checks.
I don't think it's that deep, dude. I think it's just simple of they needed an arrest. Okay, the pressure was on, and the first of the year was coming, and they needed an arrest, and that's why they arrested Bryan. But unfortunately, they did the investigation after the arrest instead of before the arrest, and they didn't, and they came up with nothing, and now they have to throw that and hope it sticks.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I truthfully think that there's no cast report. Like this MPD, this police department was just used to getting away with being corrupt.
How can there be a cast report if his phone was off, Bryan?
No, that's what I'm saying. There's
because
nothing.
there is no cast report.
No, I'm saying there is nothing. This police department does no report on everything. These people don't take notes. These are not tidy note people. They didn't expect to end up in a quad murder, nor did they expect for YouTube to keep this alive this long. They expected that they would get away with all their bullshit. And now look what's going on the last 2 weeks. Now they're getting in big trouble. Stuff is like getting accidentally yelled out by the prosecutor that's huge. Okay, stalking. They were being stalked. I mean, it's like it's falling apart.
Well, yeah, we all thought he was stalking, and all of a sudden they're like, "Oh, he's not stalking." So, okay.
No,
what else wasn't he doing?
I never thought he was stalking.
No, I'm not saying. I'm just saying what the media was saying, and I'm saying what they. Right. I mean, if you read the PCA, how they word it, they basically are kind of like implying he was stalking them around the area a bunch of other times. So,
yeah, but you guys do know.
Yeah, 12 times.
Going back to what you guys said, that surprised me. Hello, Lady B.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. That there has to be cast, you guys, because otherwise, what we just talked about in red wouldn't exist. So there's got to be something there.
Yeah, but I think the cast is gonna have to do with when his phone was turned back on. I think if somebody's phone's off, you don't have a cast report. Like, how do you get a cast report if somebody's phone's off? They
can still read the signal from the phone. You know what I mean?
So they can get a full cast report with the phone that's off.
I don't know I don't know the details, but I know that's why this expert that they're bringing in, that's what he does, and that's why they're going to read through all that stuff, and he's going to explain how that works. I'm uneducated in that, so I don't want to lie to you guys, but I did read that if the phone's turned off, they can still pick up the signal from the phone and tell where it is to an extent. That I do know that much. I don't know exact details on it though, so I don't want to go any further with it because I can't tell you something. You know what I mean? But now, based on the alibi, though, and thank you, I got salty because I'm all over the place. According to the alibi, the phone apparently wasn't off. That's the thing. Do you see what I'm saying?
So then maybe they're just saying his phone's off because if they say his phone's on, then obviously they should be able to put him where they need to put him. And if they can't, then that means he wasn't in the area.
Back in the beginning, one of the big things, well, we know Bryan did this because his phone was turned off. Why did he turn his phone off? Blah, blah, blah. But that's what the defense is arguing, that it wasn't in the alibi. That's
what I mean. If he loses connection to the tower or some shit like that, wouldn't his phone show as off or the same?
You're missing. No, you're right. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, back what I was reading, where they said that he went driving and he was taking photos of the stars and the moon and all that fun stuff and all that. The phone has to be on to do that. You can't do that with the phone off. So they're stating in this alibi, the phone had to be on, and he took pictures, and they're going to show proof of that.
So they're saying that he took photos that night.
that night. Yes, they're saying
Oh shit!
doing it on the 13th, and this is what the big deal is. And if they're going to show proof when Discovery's dropped, which I don't understand this. Okay, thank you, Kim.
Dude,
Incredible.
I didn't realize it was that night.
Yeah, they said it in there. November. As
Wow.
they said, he was also
It went
doing it
over my
the night
head.
of. Whoa. They said he was also doing it the night of November 13th. That's why I said bombshell with question marks. Is it or is it not? Because that in turn is going to say they're wrong. The phone wasn't off. You can't take pictures with the phone turned off. Period. We know that. I could try. We'll see what happens. But that's what I'm saying. And
So
that's
why
what the
would they?
argument
So then why would they say that in the PCA then that the
Because I
phone?
think they believed his phone was off because of the way the signal was reading, and that's why this expert is here.
So they believed his phone was off all that time, but they're going to place him in this exact location with this report. Dude, listen, this is nuts.
If they have this, if she has proof to prove that that's not true, wow, that's all I'm saying. That's huge. Okay.
Yeah.
But
Even if she has proof but even if she has some proof to show that it might not be true is crazy. Like the fact that you can even argue digital data like that. And they're saying,
that was why one of the big things that I would never accept was these stupid.
But what I'm saying, Dago, is you're telling me Ann Taylor is a better investigator than everybody that was investigating this before Bryan was arrested?
Apparently so, Willie.
Because that means that she found, I mean, after Bryan was arrested, because that means that she found digital evidence that obviously the prosecution would have found, right? But they did. But they meant, like, why wouldn't they mention Bryan was out taking pictures and shit if that's digital evidence? But instead they say that his phone wasn't connected to the network, his phone was off, blah 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 blah. Like, why would they use that narrative if the other digital evidence that Ann's seeing is showing opposite? Like you could just cherry pick evidence like that?
No, really, that's what I'm saying is I truly think that they are just so used to being corrupt and lying. They just did it, okay? And then YouTube has kept this alive. I think they are totally fucked right now. Like, it's like, holy shit. I mean, stuff is coming out, but I do think it is because of YouTube. I do.
Well, yeah. Well, they didn't. Well, obviously, they didn't expect us to get this viral. But that's not my point. My point is them drawing out that PCA, and basically most of it is, their recollection on what they think he was doing. Okay, he might have been, or
PCAs like that for decades. They're corrupt. This is habit.
I'm saying that they but they're looking at the evidence in front of them as they're writing this PCA. So my question is what did Ann do differently to get different evidence that they have to show that Bryan's phone was on and he actually was over here taking pictures and doing this? Like, wouldn't they have known that shit?
Yeah, but they're used to just lying.
Well, you can't.
Yeah, but it's not about lying, dude. It's about saying, okay, well, obviously this guy was over here taking pictures. Let's find the right person instead of let's just stick with this guy and make it stick.
They hid body cam for a year.
They hid body cam forever. They don't even have body cam
but
evidence
it's
arrest.
human behavior, though. They're just used to doing it their way, and they've been getting away with it. So they just kept doing it.
Oh,
it's just habit.
It's about to come to a head.
Okay, hold on,
Yes,
guys. You're saying they didn't take. I thought I read that they said it was taking pictures that night as well. And real quick, Kim,
I didn't understand it that way. That's why I was like, what?
Okay, maybe I read it wrong. Like I said, my mind is everywhere with everybody talking and everything. I'm sorry, but Kim, whatever you sent me has nothing to do with that. This has something to do with scholarships and stuff like that. So you must have clicked on the wrong thing.
I don't know, dude. Like I said, I didn't do this. I didn't investigate this case.
Back to that part of that one more time.
Really, you did it. You're guilty as charged, my friend.
Okay, Heather does say that. What the hell? Hold on a minute, guys. 1 second.
I'm guilty of seeing past all the bullshit a year ago. I just didn't need to go through all this to figure it out.
Yeah, me too. It's silly. He has.
When I see a spade, I call it a spade. I don't act like it's anything different, dude.
He does laptops. Okay, he's not stabbing 4 people to death.
I mean, he does cloud forensics. So, like, you would think out of everybody, he would be the person to know how to hide his phone, how to hide anything that has to do with digital stuff.
Put his cell phone
if
in the
he wanted to. If he wanted to, yes, I agree.
Yeah. But I mean,
put it in a Mylar bag.
listen, I'm not. I told you before. I lean towards him being innocent. But what if he really did? I was talking to Jules about this a long time ago. What if he really did want to just see? Can I get away with this? And how can I do this?
I know
That's fine. That's fine.
That's
But then,
okay.
but if he did it,
And
he
he
did
did a
it in a
great job.
different way. He did not do it the way that they're saying. I'm sorry. Unless he's Superman.
No. What Dago is saying, what if he's just doing this for kicks and giggles and he planned it all out? Well, then I would have to say he is.
But that's what I'm saying. If he did it, then law enforcement's recollection of the timing of when he did it now is all wrong. Because there's no way, like I said, he got out of there in 2 minutes, and there's no way he made it from point A to point B in 2 minutes in his car. No. So there's two different occasions where he either has to fly or levitate, because there's it's just not humanly, physically possible. Unless they change your story, then maybe I can buy it. But I'm not going to buy the story that they put in the PCA. I'm sorry.
Well, no, we both hated the PCA from the beginning. It was just stupid.
But that's what they have to go by, Brian.
Well, I know you and I
Oh,
had
we've
this
talked about
discussion
that
before.
1,000 times, but
Yeah, I'm like, I don't understand why so many people keep going back to the PCA. And then you made a point like 6 months ago, like you just said, Bruce, that's what they have to go on. It's like, oh, he's right.
We have
to.
to.
Me, it's like,
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what the prosecution is going to present to the jury. So that's.
But it's just like it's just such bullshit. It's just and
I agree that there's some things about it that are definitely questionable, but we have no choice. That's unfortunately all that we have.
That's what we got.
This is way clear now. Okay, let me see something real quick here to make sure
Did
that
it say that, Dago? Really?
Mr. Kohberger, wait a minute. Hold on.
Wait, go slow.
Kohberger's phone is showing him in the countryside late at night and or in the early morning on several occasions. The phone data includes numerous photographs taken on several different late evenings and early mornings, including in November, depicting the night sky. Mr. Kohberger was out driving in the early morning hours of November 13th of 2022.
There you go.
Okay, it
That's
doesn't say the 13th though, Brian. I see she's right.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, wait, say it again,
Dago. It says including in November. It doesn't say the 13th specifically. So no, it doesn't clearly. And I think they did that on purpose. Okay.
Yes, I think so too. But the next sentence didn't say on that night?
No, it says Mr. Kohberger was out driving in the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, as he often did.
It says November 13th.
Hold on a minute. Let me finish it. To hike and run and or see the moon and stars. This was completely written this way on purpose. He drove throughout the area south. It doesn't say anything about.
I agree.
It refers to him looking at the moon and stars, which we know he took pictures of all the time, but it doesn't say he did it that specific night.
Right.
Okay, but what's the sentence right there? It says Idaho on November 13th, third sentence down from partial corroboration, which is supposed to be a different word.
Down here, it says that Mr. Kohberger intends to offer testimony of Ray, CSLI expert, the cell tower, cell phone, and other radio frequency curricula by Tay is attached, which is his experience, to show that Bryan Kohberger's mobile phone device was south of Pullman, Washington, and west of Moscow, Idaho, on November 13th. It still doesn't say anything about the pictures, but it does say that he was not in that area based on what they're going to show.
Well, no, but it says
But
on
that's what I mean. Isn't that meaning his phone was on?
Yeah, I guess it does in a sense. It says to show that his phone mobile device was south, that Brian's mobile device did not travel east. Okay, but then see there again. Wait a minute. In early morning hours of the 13th and thus could not be the vehicle captured. Okay, this whole thing is based on whatever proof they're going to show is going to try to say that the phone wasn't there. Now, Salty made a good point. I'm sorry. Who yelled it? Did somebody yell at you, Draw?
Huh?
I wasn't yelling at anybody. I wasn't trying to when I was explaining this. I'm just trying to talk loud enough for you guys to hear. I hope nobody thinks I'm yelling.
Yeah, dude. Can you lower your voice a little bit, bro?
Am I being loud?
No, dude.
Oh, okay.
No, we're playing with you. They think that about me too. I'm just aware.
I don't mean to yell if it sounds like I am. I'll turn my.
No, we both know we're not yelling.
We're good.
Yeah, it just
I'm so sorry, guys. My volume is just turned up.
I
I'm not.
never took you as yelling.
I hope not. I would never do that to you guys. But
No,
no.
I've never,
Listen,
yeah. And we're
um.
not arguing.
no.
Oh no, no, no.
You're
I know
having a
that.
discussion with some feelings.
No, I understand. I just want to make sure everybody can hear what I'm saying, and I'm not at all trying to do that. But whatever this is right here, the whole point to this with this expert that has this insane amount of experience, and I'll show you just what it is, Willie, without reading it all again. All that, okay, because it's an insane amount. But anyway, it did not travel east, and basically all this is saying is that they're trying to prove that the phone wasn't there. Salty made a point. What if it's possible, and this is a theory, that's all it is, that he left his phone in that area, the other area, and did drive through there possibly, and that's why they couldn't pick up that cell phone on a regular basis, and thought maybe it was turned off. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think that if he's going to go murder for people, he's not going to bring the phone at all.
I'm not saying that's what it was at all, but no, Dago. What did I do?
Oh, I don't know. I'm having a feeling the doc is referring to me.
I have a feeling this is all miscommunication.
Yeah, no, because well, it's for some reason it's hard to get the pacing tonight. In terms of talking, I think it works smoother if everybody is on Streamline, or not on between phones and Streamline. It seems like that doesn't mix right. I mean, I'm certainly not technical, but it seems harder tonight to figure out when people are done. Willie, are you on a phone?
I'm always on a phone, baby.
Okay, yeah. See, I think that the StreamYard and the phone is rougher. Lady V, are you on a phone? Are you on a phone, Lady V?
No, nobody's on a phone right now. It's shut. I shut the phone lines off.
I'm on my computer. No, everybody's on StreamYard right now.
Okay,
there shouldn't be unless somebody's got a lag, but I'm not having trouble.
But does that mean, Willie, when you say you're on your phone, does that mean you are also on StreamYard, or are you?
Yeah, he's on StreamYard.
I'm on StreamYard on my phone.
Okay, did any of you guys hear an echo right now?
No.
Yes.
No.
I don't. Yes. I don't know. I can't hear one, but is anybody else hearing an echo? I don't hear any yelling or echo. Maybe it's something going on with a specific device then. I don't know. I thought I fixed all that.
No, I'm confused. I'm confused to learn that when Willie says on the phone, I'm thinking phone, but I'm not thinking StreamYard. But that's just because I don't know any of this stuff.
You can get on StreamYard on your phone.
I don't even have a phone, and I'm very proud of it. Thank you. I've got brains.
Yeah. So unless somebody has a lag, we shouldn't have any problems. I think we just need to be a little bit more careful when we speak up.
Doctor.
I think everything's absolutely fine.
Yeah, no, doctor, what made you get triggered?
I'm cool.
Doc. No, Doc said she got triggered.
I think it's because everybody was kind of talking over one another, and that's hard to understand what people are saying. That's all. Which I mean, I get that, because I was struggling to hear some things too. Because everybody wants to say what they're feeling at the same time. I get that. It's hard to do that though when we have that many people.
Excited people. Me excited? I'm never excited. What's wrong with you?
To be honest, I wasn't expecting any a document like this for them to say.
Me either.
Anything.
Me either.
Me either. I don't know. I just wasn't expecting this.
Nope.
Very surprised.
And then it makes you think, God, in a way, it's kind of neat. Huh? What else does she got up her sleeve, Willie?
That's why I said, not only do we have a pretty, in my opinion, this is a bombshell from the defense, but we have another bomb loaded that she's just waiting for more ammunition from the prosecution to drop. That's crazy.
The only people that are up here are Willie, Bryan, Tomboy Charm, and Lady B. That's who's up here right now.
No, I think it's me that comes off as yelling, Doc.
You were loud in the beginning, but I turned it down a little bit. And and you're at a lower volume now, so I don't know.
Speaking so forcefully, it's Lady V.
Well, no, you guys, if you saw how I'm doing this, I mean, I'm sitting on a bed with a microphone 4 feet away from my mouth. So I'm feeling like I have to lean in and speak up to the microphone because it's over here to the right. And
Oh,
maybe I
dude,
don't have to do that.
I'm always yelling and bitching at people.
Well,
You know me.
no. And Salty and I
So
are loud, and you and I are loud.
that
Willie
I
comes
agree
in
with.
a little, yeah, and you're loud, Dago. Willie comes in a little softer.
I have
But
my volume turned all the way down, like
you
almost
know,
to the
no,
bottom.
Lady B, me, Salty, we're loud.
Am
I'm
I
trying to be
loud?
good.
I can turn it down if I'm loud.
No, I think I don't hear any loudness or any echo or
Okay,
anything.
I don't either. I don't either.
Oh no, there's no echo now.
I think it was the phone that I've never been able to master the whole Google Voice thing. It just, for whatever reason, I have to stay muted if somebody calls in. Otherwise, it does echo back. I bet you if I probably was wearing headphones, it would change that. And I hate wearing headphones. That's probably what it was. So
People think you're yelling. I need to take them to a Greek gathering. You would think people hate each other, bro. They're
You know,
screaming.
Dago, I just got a Bluetooth headset.
you sound perfectly fine. It'd be actually kind of
I
low.
have actually got a one piece like you use for your phone. That's what I use because I
I
hate
got,
headphones.
I have these things, which I just keep forgetting that I have now. And they're like, I guess they're like an earbud thing. And they have yeah, I've seen those, but these are a little bit longer. So I have to keep remembering that I have these so I can use them. So
My
I've never,
volume's only at 53. That's crazy
That's
how I'm
what I
loud.
have. That's what I have. Is just this little
So I'm
earpiece
used to
here
being
that I
up here at like 100.
so it's probably my fault with my controls, and I have all this control stuff. So
I go back down.
I'm sorry about that. I never would want to upset anybody. That's obvious. That's just not my way.
So now, what's the next phase after this now?
Well, here's what has to happen now. Okay, I'm guessing. I had to pull this up again.
Unlocking the jail door.
We have two hearings coming up. We have two hearings coming up. May 14th and then June 27th, I think it was.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So I don't know, Willie, honestly, or anybody for that matter, if they're going. Oh shit! It's not May yet. If they're going to address this during that, which I mean, I kind of feel like something's going to get said about it. Okay, during either one of those, but we'll see. The thing is the big stipulation in this whole thing, you guys, is that Anne is stating that none of this is going to happen until they hand over this last piece, whatever she's been waiting on, of discovery. And once that happens, then this is the part that caught my attention in this entire document, folks, and it's making me think about stuff, and I don't know how to take this. Okay, the last paragraph here says, again, I hope you guys can hear me okay. Additional information as to Mr. Kohberger's whereabouts, additional information, more than what she told us in here or he told us in here already. Additional information as to Mr. Kohberger's whereabouts as the early morning hours progressed, including additional analysis by Mr. Ray, will be provided once the state provides discovery requested. And now, subject to an upcoming motion to compel, if not disclosed, this is the catcher for me, and I'm trying to figure out how or why this is going to play out. If not disclosed, Mr. Ray's testimony will also, and Mr. Ray is the expert, by the way, again, reveal that critical exculpatory evidence, further corroborating Mr. Kohberger's alibi was either not preserved or has been withheld. Welcome, Don. Come on up, bud. Hold on a minute. You can hide your face now. I saw you.
If he has pictures, hi Don. If he has pictures that was taken that night of the 13th, why don't they just show them and he walk out of jail?
You know, I said this earlier. I probably used a very bad euphemism for it, and I wasn't trying to, but I feel like the way that she's playing her cards in this hand is that she's not throwing any extra bones where she doesn't have to them for anything. So she's holding back everything she can at this point until she
yeah,
needs.
I agree.
Okay.
She's far better than I thought. I'll tell you that.
And I'll say that. So I think that she's holding everything, her cards very close to her chest until she has to absolutely play that one specific card.
Or she's wanting to know what the state has before she does what it wants to play her cards.
100% what I think it is, Don. 100%, bro. And that's.
I'm just saying, if they have pictures when this was supposed to be taking place, if they have pictures of him taking with the stars,
they have a problem.
clear across the other direction.
Yep.
That's an alibi enough to me that
yes, I agree, lady. That's going to seal the case right there, in my opinion, because they're going to have those pictures. Welcome, Draw, by the way. Those pictures would have to have timestamps on them, and if they're time stamped on November 13th at anywhere between 3 and 5 a.m., what? That's it. It's over. You know what I'm saying?
He shouldn't even be in jail if that's the case. He shouldn't be there.
And here's my problem with this. I've been sitting here thinking about this, or trying to, the whole time. If she has that, if they have that, okay. I'm kind of contradicting what I just said about myself, about not throwing extra bones out for that. But if that's the case, why are you holding on to that when that could just drop this case right now? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly my point.
So
I don't. Or it's something they're trying to say is there but it don't exist.
Very true. Very possible. Very possible.
Or if you go back to my vitamin theory, Bryan cannot talk because he doesn't want his family slaughtered.
I mean, yeah, but I don't think that plays into this part of it right here.
No, I'm talking about Bryan not saying one word.
I understand that part. Yeah. Welcome again. Welcome, Draw. What can we do for you tonight, ma'am?
Well, I'm a little upset.
No, I picked up on that and was sensitive to it. I tried to address it earlier. I'm sorry, I was shut up.
Absolutely. Go ahead and explain.
I just think that I'm just speaking for myself, feel that the caller who's on the phone sounds extremely angry, and it feels, as somebody who's in chat, as if I don't know if it's Salty, I don't know who it is has a lot of strong feelings about her point of view, and is disregarding the fact that other people like Bryan has a valid point of view. Nobody has the answer. And I think it's ironic that in one breath, there are two people saying, I think it's Salty saying, she will not listen to anything that social media has, takes it down a rabbit hole and has destroyed the case, etc. But at the same time, I heard two people up on the panel just now say, well, he had a punching bag when he was in third grade. Who knows what he was doing in the basement? I mean, this is all speculation also. And I think it's broad brushing a young man who has not been evaluated clinically by any of us. So I don't think that
he wasn't on any psych meds. He was on no psych medication.
I never said he had a punching bag at 3 years old in the basement.
Somebody I'm not saying that you did, but somebody on the panel.
Well, it wasn't me, because when I knew him, he wasn't no puncher. I'll tell you that.
No, I just said that there were reports of him that he was learning boxing. I don't know how long that is. I'm just saying, if he's hitting the bag, if that's true, and he's hitting the bag, that he wanted to get into law enforcement. So,
but the only gym he would have been able to go up. The only gym okay, I'll stop. I'm talking about the boxing gym he went to, but okay.
Just let her finish real quick.
Go ahead.
All I'm saying was that reports had come out that he had taken some martial arts after he started losing weight and everything. He start taking some martial arts and start kind of doing some boxing stuff. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying, and if that's the truth, then hitting that bag is definitely a good practice for hurting somebody with a knife.
No,
That's
I
all I'm
totally
saying.
Or
disagree.
losing weight.
That is
Or
absolutely
I agree.
that. I'm
But if your
sorry.
hands,
With mm,
I'm so sorry, hon.
no, with all due respect, I think it's a big leap to say that somebody who takes up martial arts
He's a
is
killer.
going to knife 4 people
Yeah.
in 7 minutes. That is just it
I
is
That's
just
didn't.
And I
ridiculous.
just want to interject real quick. There was no martial arts gym in that area when back then. The only thing that was up there in that area was Jesse Harris's gym that my best friend boxed at forever. So
It's a silly notion.
If Bryan did any kind of training at the gym, it wasn't anything like actual fights or anything. It must have just been training, losing weight, something as far as, you know,
Right.
nothing
all
And
crazy.
I'm in no way saying that what you're suggesting. What I'm saying is just the act of hitting that bag and getting faster on that bag. And I'm not saying that this led to it or not. I'm just saying getting faster on that bag. You use a lot of coordination, you use a lot of strength to be able to do that. And it would make it easier allegedly for somebody to use that power and that strength and that movement to do that punching
okay.
No,
is
That's
and you
all
know
I'm
what
that
saying.
though? And
then
you know
that's
what though? It's interesting to be on here with you, Doc. Hello. And it's kind of neat, okay? Because I think for the
Yeah.
rest of you, you guys have to understand that, and Doc, I'm going to speak for you, but correct me if I'm wrong. But for both Doc and I, it is a totally different world to look at all YouTube true crime because we are clinically trained. So there is a different leaning in to certain things that can give us clues. Now, we both know we are not going to be diagnosing people on YouTube true crime. But the truth of the matter is, for Doc, I'm asking you a question. For me, I know I definitely have had a lot of times where it's like I have to say to myself, they're not trained. Of course, they don't see this. And it we are dealing with mental health on YouTube true crime. True crime is mental health. Okay. So we can't help that we do have years of experience in mental health. Like, does that make
A-
sense? Like,
I respect that. I totally respect that. And
I
I've
don't.
watched Dr.
Doc, where are
Dre
you?
and
Do you
I
not
respect
agree?
her very much.
No, I think
Doc,
I'm not actually not at all talking about anything clinical. I'm actually talking about me. Sorry, I'm being self-referential. I'm talking about me being in chat. Just as a human being at 11:30 midnight. I don't even know what time it is with my insomnia, and I honestly found it triggering to hear the anger in the voice of the person on the phone that sounded so upset. And then what other people like Brian were trying to give his impression that this could indeed be drug related, the parents, the mom, that is a possibility. But to be told that we're not allowed to have other opinions, and that we're going down rabbit holes and in such an angry, voluble fashion, I'm just saying I found it offensive. So maybe what I should have done is a half an hour ago, I should have left the chat because I've
Oh,
never experienced this on this channel before.
Who
And
was up here? I'm
I'm sorry.
curious.
I was afraid. I think she's talking about
I'll explain this.
salty
I'll explain
because
it.
it
I'll
was
explain
but
it.
salty,
but
and it was
if
toward
I
me,
had any way offended
Miss
you,
all
I
the
am
good shit.
very sorry. I never meant to.
Willie.
But I
You
Now,
didn't
know that.
say anything like that.
listen. I'll explain this. Okay. When she explained, Salty explained, I think she explained that why she walked away from this case at one point because it got so frustrating for her to hear all these other different things, so on and so forth. That, she follows up with a lot of different stuff and reads, and she tries to stick to nothing but facts, is what I know from her. Okay. And I think I don't think that she meant, and I think she even claimed at one point that she's not upset about it. It just, she gets frustrated with trying to explain what she feels or what she thinks about it. And hearing, like, she has had, I don't know that she was referring to anything in here directly, but there's been a lot of really, really wild like allegations and speculations that have come down through over the past year. And I think that's what she's referring to as a whole, not just in here tonight. And the frustration was because one, the echo and all the other stuff that was going on. I agree with Bryan on that part. If you guys can't hear each other, I couldn't hear it to be able to control it. I didn't know what was going on until after it was told to me. But I think that was all part of that whole situation. But somebody had stated something about her being angry, and she said she wasn't mad at all. And and then Don't Die was up here. She's a little bit louder when she talks, and I tried to adjust it. So I think back and forth like that, I can see how that would come off that way. I didn't take it that way because I could hear everything clearly. So I'm sorry that if it triggered you, Doc. I apologize for that. But I just didn't. There was too many people trying to talk. And like Bryan was saying that they couldn't hear when she was ending and then they were starting and then she was talking louder so that she could be heard and they were doing the same. So my apologies if it upset you. I didn't realize, that's all.
No, and there's no need to apologize. I just think that we need to be, I just felt it was uncivil. Maybe I'm being too sensitive, and I apologize to Salty if I have offended her by saying, it felt angry. But I think what I do take pause with is that we cannot, if one wants to say we are only going to deal in facts, then
Right.
there's absolutely nothing in some ways to say about this case.
Sure.
And,
No, I get it.
the second, but on the other hand, if you really want to deal in facts, I think I'm not going to go into it tonight, but I could go from step one, from the moment that not the medical examiner, but the whatever it's called, the coroner misspoke and spoke inappropriately. From step one, you can observe. You want to talk facts? You can observe the coroner, law enforcement, the way they went in without PPE equipment. I mean, I watched it from step one to step 100, and there are so many mistakes, confabulations, distortions, and lies that have been told on the side of the state of Idaho. And if I were to have a scale, I would say that Bryan Kohberger, has been completely destroyed
Railroaded.
by rumor and insinuations. And I think that the legacy media, including this Coffindoffer and some of these other people, you should be ashamed of themselves for having fueled and propelled falsehoods and narratives about Kohberger.
I fully
I
That being
agree.
said, I totally also agree with Salty, and I hope I'm not speaking too loud because now I feel
No, you're
I feel
fine.
myself getting upset too.
Doc,
No,
quit yelling at us. Stop
you're
it.
fine.
You're
We're not
yelling.
upset.
I'm yelling, but
Hold on.
I also feel that
You're fine.
Salty is correct in the sense that Kohberger could be a freaking psychopath. We don't know yet.
Right.
We don't
No, we
know.
don't.
But I have to say, just from my own mind, if I were a betting person, I'm going to tell you, I think that the state of Idaho has effed up and
Yep.
has hidden things, and they are corrupt. And that's all. And that's not based
I
on
agree.
feeling. This is based on things that they did that are on video that I can tell you as a clinician are wrong, and wrong again.
Oh yeah, I
Yep.
totally agree with you.
And that's why I think people would be less mad and angry at other people for having opinions if they would put themselves in the middle. If you just put yourself in the middle and look at and zoom out and look at the facts like you just said, there's no way you can lean towards the guilty end because the facts aren't there to support that. Now, again, if you want to lean that way because you want justice for the family, I completely understand. But don't get mad at other people for having opinions that make sense.
Oh, I totally
But
agree.
I don't even get that, like, get justice for the family. Like, if you killed my mother and then you got locked up, I honestly do not get how that feels like justice to me. My mother is still dead. And I swear to you guys, I do not comprehend that at all.
What do you mean?
Justice.
Well,
If somebody, hold on a second. If somebody took my family member's life and they arrested him, I want that person dead. Now, if I
Yes, but
can't do it, if I can't
And
do it
I
by my
don't
hands, then I want the state to do it. Now, if it's the wrong
know.
person that they have, and I see the evidence isn't adding up to it being them, then I'm gonna be even more pissed off because now they're killing an innocent person.
No,
I
see, and
would
I
want to make
don't
sure
even
it was.
get it. No, I don't
Sorry.
even get that part, Willie. I don't. But no, okay, if you killed my mother's dead. Okay, you being locked up, shut or anything doesn't change anything for me.
So you want me to just go live willy nilly?
Well,
Yeah, yeah.
not everybody agrees. Not everybody agrees with punishment styles and things like that. I understand that, Brian. I get what you're saying, but I understand Willie's side of it too. Because if somebody hurts my mother, like you're using that example, you better hold me back. Because if I don't do it, you better do it. That's all I'm saying. I just believe there has to be retribution and punishment for a crime. That's all I'm saying.
It doesn't
but
do
okay, so
Yeah, I
anything
guys,
for
agree.
me.
for me, I totally agree with everybody. But but seriously, because I think what Brian is saying is that
I
justice
get.
would never happen because his mother could never come back.
I
But at the
agree.
same time, if you think you've got the right person, I would want them incarcerated. But for me in this case, even down to the freaking DNA, I mean, I did the freaking math. The number of cells that they said were on that sheath.
It's
It is
ridiculous.
mathematically impossible.
Impossible.
I have the whole math that I did to come up with a DNA for him. It's
What
not
was it?
possible.
How much are on it?
Octomillion?
So that's a lie right there, and you can't
Yes.
fabricate that.
There's no such thing as an octomillion. It doesn't exist.
Well,
Hello.
they were saying it's 1 octillion chance that they're wrong, that it isn't his DNA. But the thing
It's
is
just
that
silly.
they can't. There's no way they could have come up with even a bit of
No. How do
sequence
you even
based
know
on
that?
12 cells. So for
Right.
me, it's just I find it maddening. So this is the evidence I'm looking at from the other perspective. That puts in favor of the innocence of this Kohberger, But anyway, I'm gonna stop now because I did not want to hijack this conversation.
No,
I
no, no,
appreciate.
no. You're
No,
not
You're
hijacking at all.
terrific. You're
Yeah, that's
fascinating
facts.
to listen to, Doc.
no, but
And
I am sorry that I expressed myself. I just really I got palpitations, and to be honest with you, I'm where Salty is also. I'm salty because I'm going to tell you, I literally left. I never ever posted on my channel again after I posted about a few items about this case because I felt it number one, and I had hundreds of people telling me I was a loony toony and I was wrong and I wasn't really a doctor and all this kind of shit. Sorry, in my chat and all this. And
okay.
Well,
also,
we know you're Looney Tunes. I
yeah,
mean,
well, yeah,
really,
I
you
am a
think
lunatic.
any of us believe you're a doctor? I mean,
Yeah,
come
right.
on,
But I
Doc. I
am.
mean,
I am quirky. I know that. But the thing is that this case
that's
got me.
ridiculous.
I
This
watched those.
case, you did. But this case got me so
I
upset,
did.
guys.
Well,
That
let me say something real quick, Doc. I'm sorry to interrupt you
yeah,
because this has been something I wanted to say the whole time.
okay.
That's it right there. The passion that has gone into this case from everybody is at a level I've never seen before, including within myself. It has overtaken this entire thing throughout the YouTube communities, all of it,
Absolutely.
more than any
You
other
used
case we've ever looked at. So that's
I
what
think
part of
it's
this is.
normal not to be okay with being lied to and like really seeing.
It's not just that, Brian. It's the way that's one part of it, yes, and everything that Doc just said is as another part of it. Everything that we've all talked about, Willie's side of things as well, even the stuff that Sarge was
That's what I'm
talking.
saying.
All of
See,
that.
but that's the thing. I was a piece of shit from the beginning because I came out and said the truth about who Bryan was. I didn't go along with the narrative that the media portrayed. But now, if I did, I would have been like, everybody would have,
That's how it went for me too, Willie.
Dr.
But that's
Dre,
not
you
how
do know
that's not how I
that
operate. I'm
Willie.
going to tell you how he was, who he was, what I remember, not
Right.
like twist shit to make it sound good.
But what I'm
Like,
saying
Dr.
is that
Dre, I'm sorry.
everybody's. I'm sorry, I'm almost done. What I'm saying is everybody has their own passion and with their own feelings for this and their own feelings, opinions, theories, all that, and it's very strong from all of us, guys, and that has a tendency to come. I mean, you and Doc and Brian, you both know what I'm saying right now. It will collide.
well, I think what a lot of people don't understand too, Dago, is what people like us who think for ourselves have been through, like the threats, the constant harassment coming on here. I mean, it was bad back then, dude. Like when you couldn't have any kind of opinion of him being. You could even say that you thought
absolutely
you were. You know, you can even say you were in the middle. They would tear you apart.
I remember you calling me that day and me giving you the best advice I could. I absolutely remember it.
Yeah, and I'm nobody. I'm getting something called endgame and emails and shit. You know, it's just uncalled for.
No, there was no way I could ever said what I said tonight ever on YouTube. And it just has gotten to the point as everything is unraveling where I slowly am able now. Tonight's the first time I ever did Cara and Nora on a panel, and I was scared to do it. Okay. But Willie, I couldn't say 99% of the stuff I have felt for the last year. Because boy, I would get booted, or I would get their victims, or just endless stuff. And and it got personal, like attacking me and stuff. Yes, it was very, very hard a year ago.
It was bad. It was very bad.
Yeah, it was really bad.
I mean, we all know what I went through over this kind of stuff, and from
yeah,
we've all experienced trauma over this.
Exactly.
Yes,
that's because we as people, period, and I'm not a therapist by any means, so just ignore me if you want, you guys. I'm just saying
you're EMS.
Well, yeah, but still, we as people feel very strongly about how we feel, period. It's our mind, it's our feelings, it's our emotions, and there's nothing wrong with that. And each person in here at some point, or at least a few of us I know, have been personally attacked in our lives. I know I have, and we all know that I have.
I have been too, yes.
And I know Draw was, I know Willie was, because it was right next to me when it happened to me. And so on and so forth. So those things make you more passionate about this scenario, okay? And when you finally conquer that situation, I guess I could put it for lack of better terms, you want to express yourself and be done with it and move on, in my opinion. That's all I'm saying. So I absolutely understand what everybody sees, everybody says, and everybody feels about this, because it all makes sense to me 100%, guys. So
no, I felt really good tonight. I felt really good tonight. It's like, no, I'm gonna go up there and I am gonna talk about Nora. And I mean, come on, I'm a clinician. You really think I'm judging addiction? These people were sick, sad people. Okay, I'm not sitting there blaming them or anything else. And no, at some level, I've been mortified. God, what if they heard me say this? But at some point, we're 15, 16 months in. And to me, it's time that we all really take a serious, honest to God look at what was going on in 1122 and what really happened here. And to me, I've slowly, as everything's fallen apart, gotten more to where I have posted in comments what I've talked to you guys tonight about, okay? And the feedback I got was kind of what I expected. I tried to set it up to where I'm going to get in trouble and blah, 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 because I knew it was going to happen. But then at some point, it's kind of like, you guys, this has been going on for over a year.
Well, Bryan, the thing is, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I want to say that something that you said tonight really did really resonate with me, which is I have thought for a long time that there was some measure of a cartel connection. I've had the thoughts that you've had, and I've had other thoughts about who could be involved in that. But what has made me think that is that the absolute 100% cricket silence from everybody.
Yep, not one person is speaking.
What would cause that? It's not going to be mommy telling you not to speak. It's not going to be your fraternity, and it's not going to be the president. You see what I'm saying? It's something really big.
We've all asked that question, Draw. I agree with you.
It is
a big part
absolutely stunning. It is stunning. We are 15, 16 months into this, and we have not one person. Bethany freaked out. Why on earth did Kaylee run away from her best friend 2 weeks before her friend graduated? And we're all acting like these people in 1122. You guys, they all knew what just went on with their moms. The house knew all about what's going on with both their moms. And if you people are sitting here moving substances, you guys all know about the busts. You guys know things are getting hot. You guys know things are going sour. Kaylee, in my opinion, fled 1122 out of fear. And then we learn that she was scared to death to go back there.
Sorry,
What
guys.
are you scared to death to go back for, Kaylee? To your best friend and her new car? There is something. Everybody fled. I don't blame them. Wouldn't you all flee if you knew darn well that it was exactly what I'm saying it was?
Oh no,
And two people.
I never thought it was cartel because they didn't take
No,
everybody
I don't.
out.
No. I'm talking about it being a hit. Okay.
No.
Well,
I
pause
don't
and
think
think
that
about
it
it now.
was.
No, we'll pause now and think about it, you guys. Look, all behavior has meaning.
They're gonna hit 4 out of the 6.
We've got an
Maybe.
they
entire
Well,
attacked
we don't
city.
know if
everybody
the
that was
two
in the
were
house.
really in the house. Who really knows?
Yeah,
If I
no,
could interrupt for
Yes,
just
please
1
do.
second,
Yes.
I would just like to say, is it Dre or Draw?
So, it's
She's
doctora.
easygoing.
It doesn't
It's
matter.
what?
It's really doctora. That's what it's short for in
Doctora.
Spanish.
Okay,
But just
right,
say
but
draw, Dre,
Dr.
drip. I
Dre.
don't
That's
care.
why I
okay,
call her Doc.
okay,
Doc.
Dr. Draw.
Yes.
I wanted to say that if I offended you in any way, that was not my intent at all. I'm
No,
very
no.
open-minded. Willie and I have discussed this for this pretty much this whole time, and we agree on some things we don't, but I always have an open mind. But I wanted to tell you that I watched you back then whenever you did those videos,
Yeah.
and they were very thought provoking, and I very much appreciated your input. And I think you need to know that there are people, you hear more from people that have, we all do, we hear more from the negative people than we ever do the positive people. And I want to let you know that I very much enjoyed your point of view on it. So
Well, I thank you.
that's just what I wanted to say.
Well, thank you. I think what happened tonight, honestly, it goes back to what Dago said. From all I was hearing was like echoing and louder and louder, and it sounded
Jesus.
angry. But I don't
Oh,
think
it was
that's.
hard.
I
I'm
don't
glad I
think you
wasn't
all
here.
meant that. So I think maybe I shouldn't have even come up to say that I
Whatever.
felt triggered. You see what I'm saying?
No,
It's not.
No,
you
I'm
You
were
glad you did.
accurate. No, you were
Say your
accurate in
piece.
terms of what I felt, Doc, was salty. No, I absolutely felt attacked. It triggered my mother issues. I said that. I
I
tried
know
to
you
share
said that.
that. No, it did.
I
I
didn't hear
felt
that.
very yelled at and screamed at, but a lot of it got worse because of all the echoing. So
Yes.
nobody knew. But no, I
Yeah.
felt, and you picked up on it, Doc. Yes, I felt very attacked and I felt very screamed at. And she was nasty and angry with me. And I don't have any trouble saying that to her.
No, and I
But
know some
it
people
was,
left the chat because of that.
I
They
don't
said
think
they had to.
I honestly, truly, because I talk to her every day. I don't think she was trying to do that, Brian. I think she was just trying to get what she was saying out, and she couldn't because
Yes.
nobody could hear. That's what I
You
think.
felt
Yes.
attacked. Dude, don't be soft.
Because she was
It
talking.
it was
it's so cute to
Willie.
watch. No, it's so cute to
Jesus.
watch the chat.
Willie.
90%
She
of
was,
you can't handle people processing feelings. Watch the chat.
and she was really
I don't
talking
watch
quiet.
anything.
Couldn't get what she was saying, and nobody could. And that's what I think it was. And I was trying to figure out the problem and couldn't, so I was frustrated. So
Well, maybe maybe you could have her back on when we could hear her.
yeah, and she's saying that she wasn't attacking, and she doesn't mean to. And that's why I said I
Oh,
didn't think.
wait, is that her?
Yeah, she's been in
Is
here the whole
true?
time.
Oh my God, true crime? Is that you?
Yes, that's salty.
And I know her.
Jesus.
And
True
and I
crime.
All of
know
Twilight Zone.
I know her handle, and I
I
said
didn't know that was you.
well.
yeah,
Guess what? I'm sorry if I said that I felt attacked, but I do think it was a lot of it was the echoing and the volume of everything. It was just and so I apologize to you if I misconstrued your presentation.
she's pretty. Listen, she's very thick-skinned and a very tough lady. And I'm sure she's not bothered by it. But she does get frustrated, like I explained. And then, like I said, she was actually talking quieter tonight than she hardly ever does when she's talking.
Oh God.
It was, I'm telling you, her tone was lower. She was very calm. And that's why I was like, wait a minute, Bryan, because I know her very well and I know you very well. So I don't think that's how it was meant at all.
Okay.
And I don't want anybody to feel that way, either side of it. So,
well, this is what I really appreciate about your channel is that I feel like you really listen to all points of view, and
I
that
do.
just the fact that I could come up and say I felt triggered, and I've never ever done that before, right? As a person, this has nothing to do with me as a clinician, just as a human being. I
Sure.
appreciate that you were willing to let me say that.
Every bit of it from any one of you, I always will be. That's just who I am. I have no problem with that. I'll sit here for hours
Yeah, it
listening
was
to it.
neat.
I care about each and every one of the people that's in here because you've all been here with me for a long time. Well, most of you, okay? And I truly, when I say something, I mean it. There's nothing about it that's not true. So,
All right, I'm going to jump back into chat, guys. I really appreciate that you basically I had a therapy session on live stream.
It's great. It's great. Listen. My name is Dago, and I'm an Idaholic. Okay,
so there you go. Oh my
God. Just saying,
listen,
guys. We're all here
guys,
together.
I thank you so very much, and I appreciate everybody. Good night. I'm going to go back and chat now. Good night.
Thanks again, Draw. Much appreciated, Doc.
All right, so real quick, you ready for my opinion?
Really wants to get back to facts,
Here's my
not
opinion.
feelings.
It wasn't. It wasn't a cartel because the cartel usually take out everybody in the home, even family, kids. They don't care who you are. So that's why I don't think it's a cartel. But what I do think it is I think it was multiple people, and here's why. Now,
Me too.
While you're attacking somebody in front of somebody else, okay, like I said, I don't know if it was here or when I was talking to Dinky the other night, but you're either going to attack or you're going to run. So, like when Kaylee or Maddie was being attacked, what was the other one doing? When Ethan and Xana were being attacked, what was the other one doing? So on both occasions, they just sat there and watched the other one get attacked and then wait for their fate. Because there's no way if Ethan's watching Xana being attacked, he's not going to jump on that person. He's 6'4". He's not going to be throwing shit, throwing punches, jumping, and DNA getting all over Bryan. Like his face, eyes.
But they were intoxicated, though, Willie. They were drinking.
But I don't care how drunk I am. If you're killing somebody in front of me that I know, I'm going to know you're taking their life.
Yeah, but the point I think what Don's saying though is that he probably did do that, but he wasn't as effective as he would have been if he was sober. You know what I mean?
Right.
No, but I'm saying, but both times, like women have nails and shit. So like up in Kaylee and Maddie's room when the one was being attacked, like there's scratch. I mean, there could be scratches, and then when Xana's being attacked, Ethan could be throwing punches, and just for the fact that there's no Bryan's DNA under the fingernails, under Ethan's knuckles, that nobody fought the attacker as the attacker was. Remember, because he had a
we don't know what the info of the autopsies is yet. We don't know any of that info. Willie.
Right. There could be some kind of.
No, but they're saying there was two people in each room. So when you enter a room with a knife and there's two people, how can you attack both at the same time?
Well, see, I think
did you mute me?
No, Bryan, we hear you.
Okay, can I ask? Okay, can we go here for 1 second in response to you, Willie? What if we went with? They did, in fact, go upstairs first, and I am going to say, look, I said what I said about the moms. I'm going to say it this way. It's quicker. But let's just remember, you guys, both Maddie and Kaylin got what happened to them. They are on a giant cotton swab. So there really might not have been a huge mess upstairs. So let's say that that's true, that the mattress absorbed everything. There wasn't anything. So then if we go down, that is when we get the mess. Because I do agree with you, Willie. I mean, Xana is not going to sit there, and neither is Ethan. And basically what we've heard is that scene was horrid. But I really
explain
think
anything to Willie. Open your mind up a little bit. Sorry, go ahead, dude. No, not you. Go ahead.
No, but I'm saying I don't think third floor was that big of a mess. Okay. And I do think that I think the third floor, it would be easier I'm
not saying the bed didn't soak in the blood. I'm saying, what is the other person doing as the other person being attacked in both rooms? I mean, both scenarios had to be perfect.
I was just waking up or something.
What I'm saying to you really is
Or
upstairs,
days.
third floor. It makes sense that maybe they could get away with the way they're playing us. But I agree with you on the second floor. That had to be a total nightmare, and you had to be hearing everything and screams and yelling and all kinds of horrible stuff.
But okay, but why isn't nobody screaming on the third floor? If Kaylee's being attacked, why isn't Maddie screaming? If Maddie's being attacked, why isn't Kaylee screaming? Okay, and then down, and like you just said, if Ethan's being attacked first, then Xana would be losing her shit. If Xana was being attacked, Ethan would be. He's 6'4". He's not just 5'8" midget. Okay, he's 6'4".
Yeah,
he's gonna do. He's gonna do something.
But it's a
He's gonna
small
take
compact area too, Willie.
Huh?
They were on
Small
drugs.
compact area where they were.
Yeah, they were in a very
Even more the reason for Bryan to have DNA on him. Like he's up close and personal with the knife, attacking an individual while somebody's behind him watching him. That person's not.
They got to have something.
Excuse me.
There's more unknown info or something.
Hold on one
Diego,
second,
I'm going to
guys.
jump down.
Okay,
I'm
hon,
going to jump down. You
thank
guys
you.
have a good night.
You
All right,
too.
lady.
Thank you
Nice
very much
talking to
for
you
your
again.
input. Now, what I know where you're going, Willie. I know what Don's saying too.
Yeah.
And thank you very much, Lady B. I don't.
I'm not going anywhere. Just think about it, dude. If somebody breaks into your house and attacks, your family member, what are you going to do? Just sit there and watch them?
That's not what I'm saying, though. I know what you're saying. We've had this conversation 100,000 times with 50 different people. I agree with you on that aspect, but I looked at it on both aspects. Like, how could somebody have done this? One person. How could this have done? Because if there's two people in each room, I get where you're at with that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I never actually it never clicked with me about there being two people and what is the other person doing as the one's being attacked. So this is the first time I'm even bringing up in my head,
we
recently.
talked about this a lot because I truly believe this is why I'm saying this.
Well, one person doing it in the time frame is what we spoke about. I'm talking about just the basic fact of two people being in a room and somebody walking in and attacking one of those people with a knife. The other person is either going to run out of the room, they're going to scream, or they're going to attack the person. They're going to do one of those three.
That's what I'm trying to explain.
You know,
I truly believe. I'm not saying that Bryan did this either. I'm saying that whoever did it, I truly believe that Maddie was actually sleeping. And I think that Kaylee was in her room with that dog. And that, say, for instance, whoever did this went upstairs, went at Maddie first, okay, because the sheath was on the bed, per se, okay? Took the sheath out of his hand and did the whole thing, put the sheath down, tried to straddle the person to do what he was doing, okay? And Kaylee heard commotion, and the dog maybe was scratching at the door, whining, whatever, blah, blah, blah. She goes to go in there after Maddie was already handled at that point, okay? She goes in and tries to stop this person and gets cornered behind that door, and the door probably gets shoved shut. She's cornered at that point because if we remember, they stated that she was found, and I hate talking about this, it makes me sick to my stomach. She was found backed up in the corner on the very corner of the bed in the sitting position, as if she was trying to get away from somebody. So in turn, she probably tried to fight this person who may have overpowered her, okay? And did what he did to her. And then that's done. Not to say that downstairs didn't hear this, which is why I think the interaction happened at the 4 a.m. time or whatever.
But you got to admit, he took a big ass risk with lights being on and people being awake on the second floor to creep up to the third floor, right?
1,000,000% he did. Yes, I agree with you wholeheartedly on that. And probably interacted with Xana and or Ethan first coming down the stairs, as they may have been coming to see what the hell is going on because it was loud. And then
there should be even more yelling if that's the case.
Or he snuck up on Ethan coming down, and Ethan's back was turned to him.
100%.
And couldn't have been time to respond.
Because Ethan, my understanding, had one of these deals done, okay? And it's very easy to come behind somebody and do this, and that's handled right there, okay? And then Xana comes at him, and that's one person he's already handled on the ground. They go down with her, and then she ends up in there, and out the door he goes. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. Because I think Ethan
everybody's sleeping
have time to react.
Phone data on their phone.
What'd you say, Don?
No, I just think Ethan didn't have time to react, because if he would have been head on, Ethan would have battled there, and they would have had blood or something there.
There would have been a lot.
So how could he have encountered? How could he have come down and encountered anybody if it was all
If they
contained in
were in
one
the
room?
kitchen, like they get up every now and then, like that was a normal routine.
If it was all contained in one room and the door was closed, how did this all just occur in the hallway?
Well, because remember, one, there's two options with this. There was a DoorDash delivery supposedly that somebody went to go pick up at the exact same time that he could have been coming down those stairs. And there's
I mean, Bryan walked through that house with Xana being awake and eating.
I'm not saying that she was eating. I'm saying that I think he could have went
Yeah,
and do
crisscrossed. When he was going away upstairs, Xana could have been going to get the DoorDash, and they missed each other. And then on the way coming back, Ethan could have been in the kitchen waiting
Xana was
on
going to get the DoorDash.
Well, it was stated at some point that Ethan was using the bathroom, and that you see what I'm saying? And I think
that makes logical sense.
There's
no, man. What you just said made no logical sense. How could Xana go be getting the DoorDash at 4 if Bryan's still driving around at 4:07, 4:08?
I'm just telling you what I'm basing it off.
No. From what he said about that, like she would have encountered him. He would have encountered her getting the DoorDash.
Because the PCA states that. So that's what we got.
If the DoorDash was there at 4, and Bryan gets there at 4:07, 4:08, whatever they're saying, where does he have time to encounter Xana getting the DoorDash from the DoorDash driver?
On the way down from the 3rd floor. That's what I'm saying. The DoorDash, she's on her way out when he's on his way up, and then on the way back down out after he's already did the 3rd floor attacks. He's on his way out, and then he crisscrossed.
So you're saying she walked to the 1st.
Listen, like
to go down to the front door to get the DoorDash.
If he goes up the stairs, she doesn't see or hear that. She's not paying attention. The ding on her phone. She goes to pick up her DoorDash.
So basically, you're saying that Bryan entered the house as she was getting the DoorDash, and the DoorDash driver was there.
They just missed each other on that point, yes, and then may have encountered each other on his way back down. And
that's what makes it.
Which would explain maybe why, if they weren't targets, why those two got it, because maybe didn't expect to see them. If they were in their room at that point, door shut, goes upstairs, does what he does. If there was a target upstairs per se, and didn't expect to see them and was going to come back down and leave the house, and here she comes, boom, face to face. I got to handle this situation. And then Ethan turns around and is like, or vice versa, whoever it was that did it.
Yeah. It's just a theory. It's just a theory because there's really so much unknown, and
it's a theory that me as a jury member wouldn't buy, dude. I'm just saying, me as an unbiased jury member, if I was sitting there, I couldn't buy that, dude.
I'm not telling you that I think that's what happened. I'm telling you this is just an alternative situation that is another side to it, like devil's advocate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that I'm trying to understand it myself. Is why I'm explaining it.
But it's also important, though. But I think it's also very important if the food was either left at the door, or if this DoorDash driver actually encountered Xana. Because I think that if Xana went down and encountered the DoorDash driver, Bryan's not going to be walking through the house if he sees somebody at the front door. I'm sorry, it's just not happening.
It was a touchless delivery, whatever the hell that's called. I think.
Yeah, dropped at the door.
Yeah, so, and she gets a ding on her phone that it's there.
Goes down to get it.
Yeah, he or she goes down to pick it up. Blah blah blah. And that was just.
She might have. Yeah, but at 4:13, she posted something, didn't she?
On TikTok, yeah.
So at 4:13, Xana is posting on TikTok. So at that point in time, she didn't encounter Bryan or anybody getting the DoorDash, correct?
That we know of, probably not.
Right.
No.
I'm just asking a question. So at 4:13, she's posting not in any danger.
Right.
And while Bryan's upstairs.
Well, and don't get me wrong.
Wow, that makes wild.
God bless.
Yeah, I'm not saying that she went immediately to pick that up either. Like she probably got the message and got up on her own time to go pick it up, thinking it's not going anywhere. So. Or he did, or she sent him down, like, I'll get that, hun. You know what I mean? That time of thing. And then that's why I've always had that in my mind, as if this is the way this happened, that could be, an alternative.
It makes your head spin. There's so many scenarios the way it could have went down.
Or did Bryan have time to use her phone to post a TikTok comment? That's what I heard some people say too. I've heard that around the block.
there's so many things that are out there, and yeah, but there was a post at 4:12 to TikTok from her phone, and that has always kind of haunted me, as into how the whole timeline has always bothered me. That's one of my biggest things is I have 3 issues with this whole case: is the timeline for one, 2, the fact that he accomplished this in the period of time that he did by himself, and 3, the whole he was back in his car driving by a specific time, and he was still in his car driving when this supposedly started, and which all goes back to the timeline. Those are always been my issues, okay? Always. So that's why I can't go, okay, he did this. And that's after hearing
I need to see the trial. I was leaning one way, but I need to see the info, and I want to see the whole trial. That's what I want before I gotta go down the rabbit hole again.
I've heard all these crazy scenarios before. I'm not buying any of them. I want to see something factual, and that's something that they don't have yet, or haven't shown us at least.
That's why the trial will eventually get to a trial, hopefully.
Yeah, that's what I want to see, this trial, just like Steve Gonsalves said, because I think everybody needs, not wants, we need to see everything about this so we can all go, okay.
Oh yeah, especially now after what you just read to me, dude. This is gonna get crazy.
It's like everything that they're gonna do, the defense is gonna battle every single thing,
as they should.
Yep. But that's the legal way to do it. He has legal rights to do that.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, if you don't have ammunition to fight something, you can't fight something. So obviously she has something.
Each side gets their say, though. That's why we are trying.
We already know about experts. We already know about everything.
After seeing this tonight, I have faith that she has something up her sleeve. What it is, I couldn't tell you, but I also feel that I cannot see Bill Thompson laying down on this, guys. He's not going to just let this be what it is. He's going to fight this. After watching him at the hearings recently, he's not going to fight with this.
He has to. This is his last 2 Raw.
Yeah, it's going to be.
This is how he's going to be remembered right here.
Play the game.
Doodle said, that's a good question, Doodle. Honest to God, I'm curious myself. Does anybody in here believe that he's guilty? Just out of curiosity, because I'm curious myself.
I was leaning that way. But like I said, I was leaning that way, but I have my mind changed with all this new stuff, all this way they're fighting everything. Yeah, and I want to see the unknown, the hidden stuff. I want to know the actual trial. I want to see it all.
He's as guilty as 4 other people.
Well, there's that we didn't even talk about. I'm going to run a poll real quick. Just end the story. That's all.
But we have a right to our own opinion, so we can disagree, but that's okay.
Yeah. Now, if we're going to go just by the PCA, like if you ask me, do I think Bryan Kohberger did this? And then I read the PCA, I'm going to tell you no.
PCA is a minimum what they have, Willie. A PCA is always going to be the lowest.
But screw what they have. I'm talking about the timeline they drew out. I'm going to tell you flat out, no,
they changed it up after they arrested.
I'm going to hand it back to you, and I'm going to say, go fix your story, and then bring it back to me. Because whatever the hell you just brought me didn't make sense. Because listen, if the PCA made sense to me, dude, and everything was in there and everything was fine, just like every other PCA I've read, I wouldn't be bitching. But I understand, dude, that they don't tell you everything in the PCA. But 18 pages. 18
this is a
pages.
very unique way. Unique case all the way down. Everything in this case is unique.
18 pages of nothing.
Hold on a minute. I have to fix this. My apologies. Something glitched on this.
Is it on our end?
It should have been 4 or 5 strong pages. Then, okay, yeah, that's usually what it is. 4 or 5 strong pages. That's what, a usual affidavit is. But this was 18, and it just felt so drawn out. And like they just made it fit in so many different areas to they had to, put this time is this time is that time. So it fit.
And that 8-hour gap, that 8-hour gap too was wild too.
Yeah, well, that's a whole nother. Yeah, the cross-examination is going to be nuts. I'm curious if they're going to put like a screen up or like a standby screen or something when
what do they call PowerPoints or whatever.
Yeah, like something. Yeah, like I don't know, like how they put up the PowerPoint when the expert was on the stand. I wonder if they're going to do that when the witnesses talk.
Don't be disappointed if we don't get to see Bethany or Dylan when they testify.
That's going to be witnesses if it's tied to any kind of victims or anything like that.
Question, why?
They go see that. Go behind closed hearing.
Why?
Why? Neither of them were attacked. Okay, and neither of them were like
safety and security reasons.
Okay, so
and
then,
the law.
so then why did the Ted Bundy's victims get up on the stand and talk?
That would excuse me. Hold on. I'm talking on a piece of ice, dickhead.
Everything's different, man. It's what pisses me. It's like if something happens over here, but then over here it's completely different. And then but
no,
it's okay.
I don't
not to you, Dick. I'm saying this in general to everybody.
No, I agree with you on that. I just feel like that's what they're gonna do. I want to see them testify personally, but the fact that he has, and we talked about this once before too, Willie, that if he has control of those cameras, he's gonna control it however he wants to. And if they say, I don't feel comfortable doing this, I don't want the whole world watching me doing this, he's gonna say, okay, they're not gonna watch you, and now they'll testify. I pray to God that don't happen, but it is what it is.
Do you think we'll see all the witnesses on camera though, or do you think it'll be blocked?
That's what I'm saying. I have a bad feeling.
The judge controls it, right?
Yeah, that's as soon as we realize that he has.
Yeah, I think it'll be pointed on the judge. I think it'll be pointed on the judge.
It depends on what side of the rug he wakes up on that day.
Right, they're probably going to fight that motion too. They're probably going to bring that motion in too.
I didn't even hear what you said, Willie. What'd you say? What did you say, Willie?
For me?
Yeah, I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, I don't know. I said something like smart or something. Nothing serious.
Oh, I thought you were asking a question. I couldn't hear you.
No, it's just something stupid.
No, that's one thing I'm almost dead set on at this point, that they're gonna not want to be on camera to testify to say they don't feel safe or something like that, and they're gonna oblige that, and that's gonna be that. So, and we probably won't even hear it, to be honest with you. That'll be completely cut, and then they'll come back and the whole world.
Yeah, it'll be while the camera's off. It'll be before the camera gets turned on or off.
Right, or they'll cut it off in the middle of it and then come back to it. So,
yeah. I don't know, man. Like I said, this what came out today isn't pushing me closer to the guilty side. I'll tell you that. So
no,
I can't. I don't think he's guilty. Like, I think this is multiple people. So
I thought that from the beginning because of the time. I asked somebody. He could be wrong too. That for however many people there were. I've said it 100 times. I kind of had the same feeling you did, Willie, about it. With Ethan and this and that and everything else, and not knowing maybe who was in the house and stuff like that. Like, how did one person do this in 9 minutes or 7 minutes or whatever the hell they've changed it?
And be so thorough and clean and all that. Yeah.
Yes, and not
but that's what I mean. Like but you're still giving it 7 minutes, so Dago. Remember, I'm giving it 3 because the only piece of evidence, like I said, that is showing or showing any kind of visual or audio of the crime is in the PCA stated at 417. That is the piece of evidence that they put in their PCA that say that there's audio of something going on in the house at 417. Thumps, dogs barking. So in my mind, there's a lot of commotion going on at 417. Now, even if I want to give this the benefit of the doubt, and at 417, Bryan stops everything he's doing, and everybody's gone, and then he makes his way to the front door from 417 to 420 on Walenta, and still seeing the witness, still encountering Dylan, still leaving the home, still composing yourself, I guess taking off his Tyvek suit and wiping himself down, and then hitting that camera at 420. It's just not physically possible.
And I agree with you on that. That's why it never made any sense to me, but with that part of it, because
so how can I make this make sense to myself if that right there in itself washes away everything?
You can't, because that's why I said that part we are not going to be able to come to
something that will never. It's going to be the unknown forever.
But I guess my question is, why would they even include that? Like, why would they tie their hands? Like, did they not proofread this or something? Like, did they just write it and be like, all right, send it? Like, I would have proofread this shit a couple times.
For one, we all know the PCA, in my opinion at least, is overwritten. Okay. And it was too much. And I think it was because they've never written a PCA on something like this, period. So therefore it's kind of a shitty PCA. Now, I'm not saying it's very in what's the word? It's very informative.
Very long.
Overly informative in some sense, because he didn't know what he was doing, in my opinion. So that's that. But I still think that I can't put certain things together for me to go, okay. Not to mention the fact that they have not shown anything. And this is what my big deal is with the whole thing. All I want them to do is to show me, what's up, Twiz? Show me Bryan Kohberger in that house, either coming in,
during
going
the
out.
time frame they put. Yeah, that time frame from 4 a.m. up.
That's all I want to see. Period. That's all I want to know.
Well, that's what Riddler. Well, that's what Riddler was saying. Because Riddler was on a jury. I mean, Riddler takes his shit serious. And he was on the jury panel and shit, and he said flat out, like, dude, even if you show me he was driving past that house or his house pinged on the road, like, that's not putting him in the home. Like, I can't convict him
in the house during that 420.
That's what I'm saying. They need to put him in the home.
They haven't done that to me, as far as I'm concerned, and that's what I need to see.
And it doesn't sound like they're going to be able to, though.
Got to see that proof.
I don't.
So if you can't put him in the home, that means you have to now build a picture based on circumstantial evidence and paint this picture for a jury and hope they believe it.
And that, guys,
that's scary.
Why I think the bias is so bad with this, because none of this should have happened the way it did, because now there is no Bryan's guilty or innocent. It's just Bryan's guilty. That's all there is to it, period. Based on everything we see, everything that the media has put out, the social media has put out, whatever you want to call it, it is what it is.
But in a sense, that's normal. You know, like, look at Sarah Boone. I mean, you could look at that shit and be like, yeah, she did that shit.
You know
what I mean? But with this, the reason people are still harping on it is because, all those cases that they come out with and show us everything, there's at least something we look at and we're like, okay. And then it's suffices us enough that we just move on to the next case. Where this case just keeps getting more and more and more confusing. The more that comes out, the more confusing it gets.
Yep.
Instead of the opposite, where something comes out and it just shuts everybody up. Like I was talking about the Brian Walsh case. Everybody didn't know where.
Why we need a trial.
Yeah, but that's not going to happen for years.
It's all going to come down.
They want it to fade out of the public eye.
That's why it's gotten so quiet. If you haven't noticed, okay, they want it to tone down.
Yeah, they want it to come down and fade out of the public and national eyes.
Pretty sad.
I mean, it's the only way. It's just not going to succeed that way. I don't believe. I think this is always going to be, as soon as it gets the name is said.
This is the way it went with social media. It's done. It's always going to be there.
But, I mean, there's not people outside the courthouse though chanting, free Bryan Kohberger like there's masses in front of the courthouse for Karen Reed.
No,
so,
they're not, because
I mean, is there really that much uproar? I don't see it.
In what, this case?
Yeah, I mean, I see it online, but I don't see anything in person.
Because there was more victims, probably 4 victims versus 1.
Because in my opinion, this case,
I'd be more scared of a city of corrupt cops rather than this shit.
Because in my opinion, this case is being tried online, Willie. This is where this is all about. It has been.
Right, yeah.
Well, that's what I mean, because Idaho's special, right? And that's why we're able to see all these documents, because usually we wouldn't be able to, see all this.
No, we can pull these documents in.
Documents are always public to a certain extent.
The only place
in any case, because I thought Idaho is special, where they have to put everything in documents or something.
No. The only place I haven't been able to pull documents, especially recently, was the Oklahoma moms, and you could get them, but you got to go there to get them, or email and pay for them and stuff like that. You can't just pull them like I do on this one.
Gotcha.
So
the only thing that's kind of different then would be the whole alibi thing, right? Because even though they came out with this alibi, he's not using an alibi defense, correct?
No. And here's the thing with this: he didn't have to do that, and that's why I don't understand this. That alibi didn't need to be talked about,
right?
And offered that, and then because she offered that, they're like, okay, you got to give it now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, that's why I laughed at like all the hate groups that are like, "Where's the alibi? Where's the alibi?" Like, what?
That was her. I don't know why she did that, because I think she should have known that she didn't have to do that, but she put it out there, and you put something out.
She exposed her cards.
Yeah, you can't take that card back now, bro. It's
nope. You better prove it.
I don't think she gives a shit.
I don't think so either.
Because I think she's putting her cards up against their cards, and she knows she got a stronger hand.
Yep. Well, that's why they got a trial.
Yeah, that's why they got That's why they got experts. And so far, one of the experts is saying Bryan wasn't in the area.
Mm-hmm.
So am I not to believe an expert? I don't know.
An expert could say what he wants. He can't prove that though.
Well,
he's got to be able to prove that.
He's gonna have to
what do you
prove
mean he
that.
can't prove it? How do you know?
No, he means like he has to prove that, and that's what this is all about. That document I just read is about him proving this. But
yeah, I'm saying but I'm saying if the expert sits there and proves and shows by showing digital evidence that Bryan, there's no way Bryan could have been over here.
Of course,
to me, that's big.
But what I'm trying to say is, don't forget something. That expert is going to have a counter
expert. They're going to have someone to counter.
I understand. They're going to have a counter expert. Yeah, and then it's going to be a shit show. But being a jury member, if I'm watching two experts go at it and my mind starts spinning, I can't go with. I'm just going to go with neither of them, which is more for the defense. So I don't know.
It's wild. I'll tell you that. It's wild.
Yeah, I do agree.
I mean, it just seems like the prosecution is going to bring up pictures showing cars saying he was going this way, and the defense saying, no, that's not his car. He was going this way. Like,
and times are going to be dates and times, and what those are is going to be key.
My curiosity with that, after reading this document tonight, when they said that could not have been Bryan Kohberger's car, okay, I want you to show me this car. And
yep, at a specific time on the map.
If it is that car or a car like it,
yeah,
who does that car belong to at that point? Now we're into a different thing altogether. That's what I want to see. Okay. Now, if you can't prove that wasn't Bryan's car, then there's a problem, obviously. Okay.
Yep. Or saying lookalike or something similar. Can't say that.
They never had his license plate. They never had nothing. They can't prove it's his car.
Well, that's why I said, that's what I'm waiting to see them prove.
Yep.
If they
need to see it.
Because this whole document here is basically stating we're going to prove to you that was not Bryan's car that went that way at that time that night. Then whose car?
From what Nancy Grace said, he has navigation in his car.
Yeah. Oh, I'm
telling you, the more and more comes out, the louder and louder it gets.
And I'm saying,
she's done some wild shit, man. You want to talk about tainting a jury pool? Whew, she's suspect number one. I'll tell you that.
Nancy's a little crazy. I'm sorry, but I
have to
say, based on this document, they got a lot to prove at this point. Now, if you're going to say that was not that car, we know there's 20,000 other ones. So who owned that one then? That was that night on that video? I want to know who it belongs to.
I think this trial is going 6 months. I don't think it's going 4 months.
I don't see this trial hitting. Let's see, where are we at right now? We're in
26, 27. I think 27, sometime in 27.
The way they keep delaying this and the way they keep having problems with that, I think 27 too. I agree with you, Don.
Yeah, unless they get a judge in there that knows what the hell he's doing, then maybe sooner. But,
I can see or foresee if they ever push this venue thing through.
Which they get that venue thing, but I think when they did that expert thing, it killed the venue.
If they put the venue thing through before they come to a term on a trial, then I can see it maybe happening sooner.
And the way they did the survey sneaky and all that, and the way they did that, it's going to actually hurt their chances of change of venue, in my opinion.
Well, that's why Bill stood up and turned purple and freaked out and this and that. He's trying to prove his point. I get it. You know what I mean? I seen you were talking about that they should have never done that like that, Don. I kind of agreed with you in some sense, like, and saying, well, he didn't know this and we didn't know. Come on now, guys.
Well, we'll see. Time will tell.
That's a little crazy to me. I'm not saying that they were wrong, because it did prove points, but it's just weird the way that was pulled off.
The way the process and the way everything's being done.
Yeah.
The expert, I thought the expert put that survey out.
He did. The Dr. Edelman.
Because Ann asked him, like, well, if I told you to put questions on, would you listen to me? And the guy's like, hell no.
Yeah, but it's the way they did it, Willie, with secrecy and not telling the state or the judge or anything what was going on.
Here's the thing, though, dude. I don't care.
that they put out a survey, because in that slideshow, I saw Bill Thompson tell the world to tell everybody that knows anybody about this case. So I don't care about a survey.
And you know what?
I really don't.
And I'm not trying to go down a rabbit hole, but I want to ask you guys this, since we're talking about that. I'm glad you brought that up. I was thinking about this the other day. Do you think, because attorneys are very keen, they're very conniving to get what they need, right? I was talking to my wife about it. I said, and I asked her, because she's psychology background, this and that. She watches this with me. And I said, what do you think? I said, do you think that could have been a whole strategy and it was done on purpose to look like an accident?
Or get everybody paid.
There you go.
I've been thinking about that.
It's a very weird theory. I get it, but it could be something that happens. I'm telling you guys, attorneys will build a house backwards just to tear it down and build a garage. You see what I'm saying? Just to make a point.
Yeah, but I promise you, dude, if Bill had the evidence, evidence, he wouldn't give a shit about the survey, dude. He wouldn't have cared about a survey. They wouldn't care about this alibi. The only reason they care about all this is because they want to see something where they're like, oh, look, we have something that's going to contradict, but that's why they wanted the alibi. When you don't have strong evidence, then you want shit from the defense so you could pull something out. That's what I'm seeing here. Because if I had you dead the rights, do whatever you want. Ask whatever surveys you want. Go ahead.
They want to know what the state has so they can play their cards the right way.
You mean the defense or the state?
The state. The defense wants to know what the state's game plan is and what they have.
Of course they do, because that's how it works. You're supposed to get everything and then build a fair, solid defense around it, and not trial by ambush.
It's like a game, guys. Like she's like,
a state will never give you everything they got.
Right. I need discovery so that this.
What do you mean? What do you mean they never give you everything? Well, hold on. Let's have a conversation real quick. Let's not move past this subject. What do you mean they don't give you everything they got?
They're not going to tell you how they're going to the state's never going to tell you how they're going to go about their case, and they're not going to tell you everything. You're not going to get everything.
So the state's not going to hand everything over to the defense?
Never.
They don't have to. As long as they have enough. If they have enough to run their case to prove what they have to prove, then why give everything over? Why would you need to do that? You just have to give them what they need to make it happen and be done with it.
Or what they request.
Yeah, what they request. They have to give them everything they need and what they request, but they have other little things they hold on to for like an emergency circumstance, per se. If this defense
or how to defend something during trial.
Yeah.
So anything they're going to use in the case or in the trial, they don't have to tell the defense?
No. I'm
the key stuff, like the key important parts and everything that they request. Let
me rephrase it. Willie, you got me twisted backwards, bro. Hold on.
I'm trying to figure this out.
I just caught myself saying something I wasn't trying to say.
Sorry.
Everything, you're fine. Anything that is needed for the case, they have to give them all of that. I'm sorry, that's not what I was trying to say.
Right.
They will have certain things like tactics. I'm sorry, I don't mean like evidence and stuff like that, Willie. I mean their tactics.
The way they're going to do their game plan,
well, of course,
as to try the case.
Well, of course not. I mean, yeah, that's tactic is tactic. I'm talking about like the evidence and what they're going to present. So yeah, I thought you meant like they could have something in their back pocket and then like on day 2 just be like, oh, look what we got.
No. They would have to disclose that before it would come out in trial.
Yeah.
That's what I was talking about.
You can't do that. So I was going with what Don was saying, and meaning like it's like a game, you know what I mean? And they're not going to give you their next move or blah 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 like that on how they're going to.
They're not going to tell you step by step of what how they're going to do it.
Typically, they don't. No, that's exactly it. But evidence, yes, everything has to be handed over, or it's just
right. That's the law. They have to do that.
Yeah, that's all I'm talking about.
I heard what I was saying to you. I'm like, wait a minute, what the hell am I saying? That's not what I was trying to say.
No, I'm just talking about evidence.
Yeah, no, evidence has to be handed over, period. There's no
choice. Anything they find or any lab results or anything they test or anything like that, yes.
Yeah, that's called I do believe it's called trial by surprise. And you can't that's just like you've seen it in the court like hearings.
Right. You see that all the time.
You know, if somebody pops in with something like, "Hey, we had this witness." What do you mean? I don't know about that witness, and blah blah blah.
Yeah, well, they got to have a right to rebuttal or whatever to go against it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But that's what I mean. I don't care. I don't care what tactic you have. You know, I don't care what tactic you want to use. If you don't have the tools,
like they said, they both
can have the greatest tactic in the world.
And I
they both get their way. They're both going to get their way. They're both going to get their way to say their side and how they want to play each side, and then it's going to go to the jury.
I was just wondering that question about that whole like survey thing. If that was maybe a tactic that Ann was using to,
Yep.
You know what
To
I'm
try
saying?
to get the change of venue. They wanted to use that so they could get the change of venue.
Yeah, and again, they still haven't. You understand something, you guys? I just realized this like 20 minutes ago. She still has not, even though today was the deadline, right?
Right.
The remainder of the alibis, she still has not given that full alibi yet. You know that, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yep.
I just thought of this like a while ago. I'm like, holy shit, that's
Say
still
that again?
But what gets me is how can they change the alibi from the first alibi they give with driving around alone at night? How can they change it up and make it like different with an expert? I thought you couldn't have an expert on it.
It's not going to be different. They're just adding to it to prove why he was doing it. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. The show proof. Okay.
And that's what I'm saying. She's very calculated with some of the things she does.
And she better have her cards then.
But the thing I'm wondering is is she taking chances with this stuff?
Yeah, because if that falls flat and don't prove it,
everything she's saying in that document, I'm taking as 100% fact that she can prove. There's no way they're going to put something in that document where they're going to get on a stand and not be able to prove. No way.
Because if it ain't, Willie, it's done.
Not happening.
Oh, that's the thing is if she's been saying for a while she's going to prove this. Well, I'm curious. I want to see now.
All the guilters can believe it. Oh, she's making up this story or she's saying this. No, it's not how it works. Okay, if they say something, they got to prove it.
You better prove it. You better prove it.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah, right there. Yeah, and I don't think
why would she say it? Why would she back herself in a corner if she doesn't have to? Like you said earlier, Dago, she doesn't have to say nothing. So if she's saying something, obviously she can back it the hell up. Let's think a little bit.
Or it's her way she wants to do it. That's the way she wants to go.
And that it's weird to see this because it seems like a very
unique in how it fits in with the first one they named when they did the first one, the partial or whatever it was when it first came out as the alibi. It's similar, but it's added.
It just seems like a switch flip, though, right? Like didn't you guys notice for a while, like the defense was just kind of calm, collective, and then all of a sudden this last hearing she got up and just ripped Bill Thompson a new ass, and now this comes out. It just seems like they're ready for war now.
Well, I mean that's what it's supposed to be,
Defense has to do that though, Willie.
Yeah, I think she's taking chances.
Yeah, but for so long people were like questioning Ann Taylor because she wasn't speaking up and stuff.
Her clients his life's on the line. That's why.
Yeah, but again, the defense attorney, especially a public defender, usually it is not
where she can get more people to come and represent her.
But usually somebody with because like everybody kind of knows her, like she's a very popular public defender.
Yeah, well known.
And for her to come out and possibly taint her
reputation,
her reputation by saying that she 100% believed in Bryan's innocence, and then the other lawyer saying that it's been a privilege to represent Bryan Kohberger.
Yeah,
to me that's speaking volumes, because I've heard lawyers talk that have gotten people off that even say that they think that their client did it. So to hear them say that and how strongly they said it, I think she knows something. I think they have that evidence that she can back up everything she's saying. I personally believe she can. I don't know if I'm right, but that's just what I'm.
Trial's gonna be wild, really.
For her sake and his sake and everybody else's sake, I hope she can. That's all I'm saying. Because if not,
we're in for a wild trial.
If she couldn't, she wouldn't say anything. If she couldn't prove it, then she wouldn't say it.
Well, there is
right.
She could say it, whether she could prove it or not.
But it could be her game plan. Could be her game plan to do it that way.
But she's saying she's going to prove it. So if she gets up and doesn't prove it,
that's what I mean.
She's sitting there looking like an idiot.
She's going to take a hit. It's going to fall on her.
So why take the chance if you don't have to? That's what I'm saying. She can prove it.
Probably has no other way. Probably has her hands tied to go that way.
I personally thought it was fancy, but that's just my opinion from the way I'm seeing it. Maybe it's
that's the way she wants to do it.
Yeah.
And the evidence led her that way, and this is just what she came up with.
That too. Yep.
The one thing I will say, though, I was going to say this earlier, I just didn't get a chance to. I think it's a little strange that she's
how this case is going.
No, just if she's
it's that more that
really
comes out.
If she's really that sure of his innocence, let me say this.
Right.
Why do you have to wait for that discovery to go ahead and put forth what you have? If you're really that sure of it, is all I'm saying. And I mean, I'm sure, like I said, it's a strategy. I get that. And I believe that's what it's about. But I don't know, I mean, maybe it's like if she really has to, here it is. I got it, but I don't want to really do that. That's what I'm saying.
What happens if they try to say that discovery is there, right? And that the discovery doesn't exist? What happens then?
Well, then that's going to be real interesting is all I can say.
Yeah, because I'm afraid that could happen here. We got to keep that in the back of our thoughts too, that could be a thing that happened, but we'll see.
Or maybe she knows that the prosecution wants the alibi so bad that she just kind of left a little bit out because she really wants the discovery. So she's kind of like, hey, listen, I'll give you the rest if you give me what I'm asking for.
Well, that's what I have to wonder. I don't know that she really does, or I don't know that they really do want it that bad. That's what I'm saying. Maybe
I think another thing too. I just think I want to see the defense wants to see what actually they have, if they even have that discovery.
And that too. That's the other side of it. I'm curious because does it exist?
I want to see if it exists. If it exists, it's pretty powerful stuff. That's for sure. Like Daigle said when we first started the stream, if they have the proof on that, it might be like he said, game over.
100%. It very well could be, but we don't know that yet. And that's
why we won't see that till trial.
I want this case over so bad, you guys.
It's going to be more years. There they go.
Oh, I know. I'll probably be in the nursing home by the time it's like, oh shit.
They're going to fight everything. The defense is going to fight everything with motions, which is their right to.
Yeah, and that's it right there, Twiz. If the cast, if it exists and it backs up with this new expert and all this shit, where he was in the alibi, then that's it. In my opinion, I agree with you.
That's I mean, now that I guess we're assuming now that his phone was on, that means there is a cast report. So maybe the reason that the prosecution, but maybe the reason that the prosecution hasn't put forward the cast, and saying that they just have a draft and all that is because the cast report isn't showing what they wanted to show.
Or it's
instead the cast report is showing what the defense wants to show.
Or it's inconclusive.
Inconclusive, it could be. I mean, I don't know, you guys. My head.
I just figured, if I text Dago, if I text Dago now, okay, it's 2:13, right? If I text Dago at 2:13, I text Dago at 2:13. I don't give a shit what anybody says.
A minute to get to him, it's going to take a little longer than what time you texted.
That's what I'm saying. But that's what I mean. Digital evidence is digital evidence. Okay, so if they're going to try to come in there and say, this possibly was 6 hours apart, then it's going to turn into a clown show.
Right.
Well, it kind of already is, but I agree.
But I'm saying two experts arguing about digital evidence in front of a jury, and the jury's head's just spinning.
Who's believed and who's not believed.
Oh, it is. Who's going to be the better expert, who can prove it and who can't. That's it.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's, even if it's a stalemate, it still goes to the defense.
Not always.
And this depends on how. What do you mean? They have to prove Bryan did it. What do you mean not always? Anything? Of course, it goes in the defense's bucket.
Nah.
Why?
No. Listen, if it's a stalemate,
that disproves their cast report.
Oh, you mean if the cast is bullshit?
Right.
Yes. When their expert takes on the prosecution's expert,
they have both the experts that easily fight the same argument, but they have
the experts that are saying, kind of like the experts in the Karen Reed case.
They can't confirm or both can't prove it. Then we're right there at square one.
You're right with that.
Yeah, but that's the thing. They can tell us,
something was sent, but like you just said, not received for 3 hours. Like the woman that Googled how long to die in the cold. The defense is saying she Googled it at 2 something in the morning. The prosecution saying she Googled it at 6 something in the morning. That's a 4-hour time frame
Right,
of wrong data.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
And something's got to give there. Got to prove.
That's what I mean. I think that's what's going to happen here, and it's going to be so
Well,
not
it's just going
believable
to come down to it's just going to come down to basically the jury.
Yeah. It's going to be what the jury believes. And I think if the jury is confused in any way, they're not going to remember.
And it's going to be key who they put on this jury.
Yeah. And remember, this is not just, lethal injection. This is, I don't know if they're going to know this going in, but this guy's going to be shot if he's found guilty. And I think that, will impact the jury if they know that.
But it'll take a while before that would even happen. Well, even if he is convicted or I'm not convicted.
But that's fine. I'm just talking about the simple fact.
10, 20 years to even do that.
I'm just talking about the simple fact of it being in a juror's mind of, something of as far as lethal injection compared to somebody standing in front of, 6 people with guns.
Yeah, fire squad.
So for some people that might, provoke them to.
Yeah, some people want.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I don't know why they went ahead and passed that so quick. I think that would hurt them, but whatever.
Yeah. It's wild. I know. It's a wild case.
There's a lot of people that don't believe in capital punishment, but lethal injection, they say, you kind of just fall asleep. Well, now you're taking out lethal injection. You're injecting a firing squad.
It's still just a different way to do something.
Yeah, but it's still, you can still paint a like if you close your eyes, you can paint a picture of a firing squad in your mind, and that's what jurors can do.
It'd be a painful way to go. I know that.
I mean, that's what I would do as a defense attorney. I would harp on that. I would say, look at him. Everything we've that you've been showed. Is it enough to put him in front of 6 people and shoot him in his heart like that?
Oh, it's not going to be 12.
To me, is more impactful than like saying he's going to be injected. That's all.
Do we know what size of jury this is going to be? 12 or 6?
Huh?
Do we know what size of jury? 12 or 6?
Probably 12.
12. Definitely 12.
Did they ever do 6?
I've never heard of it.
When did they do 6? In like
long time.
Yeah, I've never heard of that, but yeah, it should be interesting.
I'm thinking alternates, probably 6 alternates or something.
I think that is how that works too. I don't know about that, but I believe 12 and then 6 for
alternates.
It could be. Now you got me wanting to know. I'll have to
now you got me wondering.
I just hope the jury is unbiased, man, because like I said,
going in with a partial, all jurors partial, unimpartial.
But like, wouldn't they know? I mean, I guess jurors can lie, but like, don't they ask, like when you first go in for jury duty and you're taking a questionnaire, don't they like ask you if you know anything about the case?
Yeah, that's going to be. They're going to go through each juror thoroughly. Each juror is going to get inspected thoroughly as you can.
So
they're going to want to know
everything on that juror. Now, has there ever been a case where somebody was found guilty and then later on it turned out that the juror actually did know about the case?
Very slim. It comes. That's common. That's common.
And then what happens in that case?
It usually goes to they can ask for a retrial in it or something.
Yeah.
I think that they can overturn it because of stuff like that.
Overturn conviction, retrial,
lies told, and stuff like that. But
it messes it all up.
Yeah. Well, see, that's me. I personally don't think he's going to be found not guilty. I think it's going to be a hung jury at first, and then
you've always said you think they're going to be.
Well, if that is,
I think it's going to be. I don't think they're going to say straight up not guilty.
Appeal or something
if
like
it's
that.
a hung jury, don't they get retrial?
Yeah, but that's what I mean. I think it's going to be a hung jury, and they're going to realize that they don't have the evidence to retry him again, and it's.
Well, I don't think Idaho would do that. I don't think they would go through a retrial.
Oh, I do. They're not going to let this go with the hung jury. There's
with that kind of evidence and no crime scene, I wouldn't retry him.
They'll never let that go at a hung jury. I don't see that happening either.
No, okay.
That's just my opinion. By the way, the Jesus, I'm so tired. The poll came out to be 66% know that he's not guilty and 33% said yes. So I mean, it's not
66.
Yeah, that's high. That's high.
66% of the people think he's not guilty,
That's
and 33%
like Draw said.
guilty.
Like Draw said, look at the facts, baby. If you look at the facts
It's all that's
speak
been put out.
volumes.
It's all the stuff that's been put out.
Facts speak volumes.
Yeah, but you got to prove facts, Willie.
That's the problem.
Facts are. I mean, yeah, but what they tell us, okay,
Yeah,
is what we have to take as fact.
And that's why trial. You got to prove it.
Okay, but
well, we'll see. We'll see. Time will tell. We'll see.
Hey,
yeah, but it's basically. Yeah, but it sounds like everybody thinks that like the prosecution can just change their timeline and shit. They can't. This is what they got to go with.
Submitted. Once it's submitted, they have to keep that.
What do you mean they can change their timeline?
They can't change their timeline.
When originally,
what do you mean? Like, why would you say that?
He thinks they're going to go with trial and change it.
No, you said everybody seems to think. Is that what you said? I didn't hear you clearly.
Me?
Yeah, when you said something
No.
right?
He said no. He said about the about proving it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So
yeah,
that's what it is in a nutshell. Just period.
Yeah.
You know, end of story with that. But
I'm saying, they can't change the timeline. So that means that they have to prove
the exact timeline that he was in. That, like we just said earlier, he's got to prove it within that timeline. They think the crime happened.
Okay, well, if either side come in,
the defense don't have to prove shit. The prosecution has to prove that their timeline makes sense and all this happened, right?
The prosecution,
the defense could just sit there, don't even have to say anything.
That's what I'm saying. They have to prove this,
right? Yeah, no, that's what it's about.
Yeah, the state. Yeah, that's how states always do it.
I am burnt out, folks. I need to be done. It's 2:30 in the morning. So,
all right.
I got.
Hey, thanks, Dago. Let me come on panel.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Dago. And I appreciate you letting me come up. And everyone in chat, thank you. And we'll see you on the next one. Thank you, Dago.
Absolutely, bud. Absolutely, Willie. Thank you for jumping up here and everybody else that was up here, Draw and Tomboy, and I'm so tired. I'm sorry. Who else was up here? Lady V.
Lady V, yeah.
And I swear that was that it.
Right, Drago.
Sugar cane.
Everybody that was up here, thank you guys very much. I appreciate you jumping in, having the conversation. And I will be back here sometime tomorrow. Not on this, but sometime tomorrow. And I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and don't change a thing about yourselves, guys. And I will see you all very soon. Take care.